I like to start the YouTube stream late because if I start the live stream with it, it's just always awkward because they're just sitting there with no sound, like literally no sound, because the music doesn't play over there. All right. Can't wait for Ghost of Yotze. Yeah, we'll be playing it tomorrow because do I still have it up? Yeah, I looked it up. It comes out at midnight Eastern time. So that's like 2 hours later. Or 3 hours later, I start my stream. So I'll be starting right as I start stream. I think if that's cool with you guys. It's gonna be a day of Ghost of Yotze. And depending on how much you guys like it, we'll see how it goes. Maybe, because I think, was that tomorrow was Thursday, right? Yeah. Maybe on Friday, I'll like start with Helldivers and then swap over. You'll be 3 hours late then. I mean, 3 hours late to Ghost of Yotze? Yeah. I don't know. I don't think starting stream early is necessary in that situation. Ghost of Yotze is like Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, it's more or less the next game in the series. It doesn't involve the original characters because it's set much later, but it'll have a very similar gameplay style. It looks very good, though. I am very excited to play. I'm sure we'll get an MMO pretty soon. Within the next day or two. Yeah, we'll see if you guys like Ghost of Yotze. If people don't care to watch it, I'll probably just maybe play it on the second channel. What we'll do is we'll do like, you know, a normal day of Helldivers to start and then swap over to Ghost. That man's backpack. It's a little funky. So yeah, if people don't like watching Ghost of Yotze, we'll just do it on the secondary channel / YouTube. That's why it's there. I remember liking your soccer too. I would fall asleep to it. Smile. What a great honor. People keep my stream on and sleep to it. Second channel on Twitch? Yeah, I have a second channel on Twitch. It's called Maplewood Offline. I do that every night. Oh, fuck. Roasted by a spear user. Damn. And in fact, you try to roast us both. People always makes me feel better about myself. You're welcome, dude. Sometimes I consider myself a therapist. All you incels need some help. I had a triple kill there. You thought you got me, but I got you. Where's Luna, man? People not wanting us to hear the game today? Wait. You're right. It is muted. I muted it in the other scene, but it shouldn't have muted over there. Weird. I'm Mario, what up? Everybody was just enjoying the music, I guess. So you're bonk later as well? Maybe. Maybe. There's a pretty good chance, I think, though. Play some mega bonk. I think they called it super bonk. That works too. Really don't care about your gameplay, Mabel. This just proves it. Ultra bonk. Oh my god. I guess no Halloween stream. I was thinking of just doing my Halloween look. Regardless. Now, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to wear the same shit I do every year. I'm going to dress up as Obi-Wan Kenobi. Because I never found, like, a good spot to, like, get Helldiver's armor made. Because I would probably do, like, Helldiver's armor. If I had, like, a good way to buy it. I'd probably just buy like a chest plate, pauldrons, and a helmet. I assume you saw the Battlefield 6 trailer. Hard to dodge. Yeah, it was good. I normally don't watch those, but it was pretty funny. Just make it yourself. Hell no, brother. Too sus for you. Damn, this guy is level 26, and out of all the warbinds he could have bought, he bought Masters of Ceremony. Dude, that's a giant middle finger to all the complainer divers. That is a Chad pick right there. He is such a Chad. That's like his first warbond, and he was like, Masters of fucking Ceremony, bro. All the complainer divers are in shambles. I respect the choice, honestly. I'm a huge fan. Wait, and this guy's only level 39 and he bought gas. Hell yeah. Lib Pen? No, is that Lib Pen? I think that's Lib Pen. I think he's got Lib Pen and he's got like an interesting color on it. Easy, are you AFK, brother? Xbox homies. Damn. Factory Shredder was so happy about that. I was like, yeah, most likely. Hey, Zay! I want to stick with my homies. Hey, Zay! Monster Hunter Wilds underperforming for Capcom. Yeah, I'm not surprised. With all the performance issues, I'm sure it's getting absolutely rigged. Like, if you go to Steam right now, I think it's, like, overwhelmingly negative. Like... Ooh. Like, the performance in that game is just getting worse and worse. Ah, he's back! He literally came back after everybody left. Monster Hunter Wild still the most games sold? Maybe. I actually don't know if that's true. Silk Song probably got a lot of fucking copies. My bud is a hardcore Monster Hunter boy, and he says gameplay loop sucks. But it's just normal Monster Hunter. Wait, what? How? Isn't that... Wait, what? It's just Monster Hunter Wild. Or sorry, it's Monster Hunter World, but with like a better gameplay loop. Is it not? That's what he said. I'm so confused. How is it a worse gameplay loop? Personally, I thought it was a much better gameplay loop. The biggest issue with Monster Hunter Wild is not its gameplay loop or anything like that. People love it. That's why it sold so much. It's actually the performance. If you guys think you have to delete your shader cache in Helldivers and that sucks, don't go play Monster Hunter Wild. Apparently, every patch, you need to delete your shader cache. Every single patch. Which is super weird because you didn't have to do that for like the first like 2-3 months of the game. And then for some reason, all of a sudden, I think it was in like May, the game just needs to be like have that high maintenance every single day you play, or every patch. Yeah, it sucks. Now the new boss fight looks sick though, I gotta say. The issue is that I feel like there's not enough for me to want to do in Monster Hunter. Like I'm not a multi-weapon gamer. If I was, I feel like there'd be quite a bit for me to do, but I'm just not a multi-weapon gamer. I'm gonna stick to my bow. I had my fun. I felt like there was a lot of content there. And then I'll be back when there's more content that I want to play. So, I'm not sure what your friend is talking about. Hardcore Monster Hunter gamer. I don't know if I agree. Like, I don't think I do. Gameplay loops seem really good. But it might be one of those situations where, like, he just prefers the older gameplay loops because they're older. You know? He might just have a certain nostalgia for, like, an older gameplay loop that I could never see. And I may, like, never agree with him, but, like, he just prefers it, you know? Think we got an Osha Une MO today. I don't know. I'm not sure. The Gloom is expanding, so I could see them just, like, do an overall Gloom MO. Because the latest is that, Astanu is being overwhelmed. Maybe in a big DLC that'll change. Sorry, we're talking about like Monster Hunter? Yeah, I will definitely want to play after a big DLC comes out. For sure. I assume we'll get a big DLC About a year after release would be my guess. Monster Hunter fan, she doesn't buy Wilds. Probably a good decision. She's playing Worlds. Oh, okay. That refers to my bruise. Oh, sorry. I think I prefer Worlds too. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, Worlds just has like everything filled out, you know? Like if people are looking at it from that like position, I get it, you know? Wilds has just come out, so content-wise, it's like lacking. It doesn't have all the ultra hard difficulty yet and stuff like that. It's added a lot though. Like there's the new Savage fight for the new enemy, and it looks kind of sick, dude. The crossover. Oh, couldn't aim high enough. Epoch propaganda. Epoch supremacy, you mean, sir? I gotta not stand there. I'm gonna get fucking cooked. Like any game that has been out for a while, then has a sequel, for the first while, it will not live up to the content expectation. It is what it is. Doesn't matter what franchise, it never does live up to that context and expectation. Unless we're talking about like a single player narrative game. It's a little different with those. But because Monster Hunter Wilds and Worlds were like technically live service games, it's a little different. Yeah, exactly. It just lacks the content. And I can't blame Wilds for that. But they've actually added a ton of content since release. Like, it's only been out, like, what, 6 months? They've actually been pretty fast about adding more content. A lot faster than I thought they would be. It's not fast enough to keep me playing, like, right away. But it's enough content to kind of be like, okay, you're cooking. Dude, what are these shriekers doing, bro? ADHD shriekers. Oh, excuse me. Would you say that Wilds brings out its new content in the same pace as SM2? Technically faster, no? Hey, Black Jacket. Gesundheit. Thank you. I finished Jump Space. Like, you finished it, or are you gonna go finish it? Because I think you said that earlier, and I didn't understand which one that. Level 10. Oh, you got to level 10. Is that the end? Of the current. Gotcha. I'll go back and finish at some point. I'm not sure when. I don't even know what the fuck is shooting at. There was actually a guy right there? That's crazy. What up, Monaghan? Yo. Yeah, I don't know. For me, as I've tried to explain to Accurate, it was the gameplay loop for me. I found the gameplay loop for jump space to not pull me in. I found it boring. I think it was mostly just the gameplay. Like the ship stuff I didn't like very much. It was too simplistic, the ship combat. And also there's a bunch of like annoyances. And then the on-ground stuff, I didn't like the shooting. You like the flying? I don't know, I just find the flying a more simplistic version than even like a Battlefront game. I found it like too simplistic. I don't know. I prefer Wildgate flying. Oh, I mean, it's different than Wildgate. Wildgate. I don't know. Dude, I'm just getting shit on by these turrets today. Yeah, how do I explain it? I had like annoyances where like I'd be dead on that fucking circle that they were displaying for me and the shots miss. That happened quite a bit. And also I had a lot of instances of like ships basically have like their own form of rubber banding, but against you. Like certain ships will just like zoom at like Mach 10 away from you out of nowhere. And I was just like, it was just really annoying when you're dogfighting something and then they all of a sudden have a fucking hyperspace jump to get like super far away from you. Seven out of 10? Yeah, I'd give it something similar. We're too. Trino, you crash. I swear, playing every game now. That's crazy. That's nuts. I don't think I had any instability with jump ship. Tourist shoe traders. It's kind of feeling like that, not gonna lie. Crashes on launch when I played it earlier. That. Oh man, my man is cursed. Game devs just need to hire you to boot up the game and see if it'll crash or not. Dude, what? The rocket sentry. What? I don't feel so good, man. This Warbone should be in 2 weeks, give or take. We'll see. Is there another turret there? I'm gonna die to it. Oh! I knew it. I knew it. No, we can still dive on Gloom Planets. We've been able to dive on Gloom Planets for some time now. Like, I'm expecting the War Bond and the patch to come out the same week, most likely. So, does that mean they might delay the War Bond to meet the patch? Probably. So that's why I say, like, I'm putting money on maybe a little bit later release date, maybe 7 weeks. And make sure everything, you know, matches up. Because if I'm not mistaken, it came out on the 4th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 would be the 16th. But I could see it being like maybe the 23rd. But also, I'm hoping for them that it's not the 16th, because you have Arc Raiders literally that same week with their open beta test. And let's be honest, that open beta test is going to go crazy. Because it's free to play. I hope so too, Thrax. Oh. People are thirsty for Arc Raiders? Oh yeah. Big time. Big time. Oh, I never hit enter on my announcement post. But they have expressed a lot of interest in balance for the next patch, so I'm kind of expecting a bunch of balance changes, which will be fun because I'll not have to redo all of my balance or my. Dude, what is with friendly fire today? I'm cursed. It's actually insane. It's actually insane. Every sentry is just shooting in my direction. I think this team is very sentry heavy. Yeah. So there's just a lot of sentries to get shot by. I see a teammate also died. I think these guys are also just putting sentries in really bad angles. Like, I have to, like, a lot of them are just really bad angles. Like, I'm pretty sure someone put a, yeah, he put a sentry right there when all the enemies are coming right there. Today's the end of September. That's a good point. What's up, Annie? You know how I hit the ceiling last night? Yeah. Let me guess, you got a noise complaint? That's on EA being bought. Let's hope that, I don't know. I think EA games will feel a lot more political now, unfortunately. Just because people are going to be... They're going to do the Hogwarts Legacy, or whatever the fuck that game is called, Hogwarts something. They're gonna do the Hogwarts stream where people are just gonna start guilt tripping. How dare you play a game made by the Saudis? I know people are gonna do that. But I mean, EA was in kind of a bad spot, so it's not like this is really going anywhere. We'll see what happens. I'm worried about Skate, but enjoying it. But it needs to say free to play to make it. You think so? I was really surprised when it was free to play. But yeah, I don't know. I was very surprised. But I also haven't played Skate, so I have no idea what it's like. What makes it seem like it has to be free to play to make it? There's marks on the ceilings now. I'm sure they won't look up, Annie. It's too different from other older games in terms of style. Nostalgia is just like hell of a drug, so people are just kind of hating. Ah, gotcha. It's the my franchise has changed. But I'll be honest, the funny thing is like to an outside observer, I haven't played a skate game since like PS2, right? Or like any skateboard game. To my eye, it looks like all the other skate games, right? Just multiplayer, like more focused on multiplayer. So I'm just like, That's a funny statement. It's different from the older games. I'm just like, maybe this is what it looks like when, you know, gamers complain about like Battlefield changing. And it's like, it looks the same to me. You know what I mean? I'm on the outside. I never played any skate games, so I can't see it. Skate 4 is very different, but it's a great skating game. Yeah, no, I'm well aware that like people really liked the skate games, but this one, how is it different? Can you explain it to me? Like, is it to my eye, it's mostly just it's more of a focus on multiplayer. It's not realistic. I mean, the funny thing is that the majority of content that I feel like I've seen in Skate 4 was people doing unrealistic tricks. So I'm just like, eh? Because like, I don't know. I always felt like the skate games were not supposed to be realistic. It was from the era of Tony Hawk Pro Skater games where it, like, obviously it's not realistic at all. So I'm surprised that is the thing that people are pointing at. Like, it needs to be, I don't know. It's definitely a tough one to wrap my brain around. Total joke. We need a new BMX XXX. XXX tricky. Man, I love that game on PlayStation. Yeah, I feel like the only BMX game out there is the Ubisoft one that's like all the different mediums in one. I don't even remember what that was called. Really cool concept of a game, but I don't think it did. Did it do well? forget what it was called. It had like mountain biking, BMX. I think it had, did it do skiing? I can't remember if it did skiing. I think it had some amount of skateboard on it. SSX was realistic, yeah. Yeah, it was. Mm-hmm. There's been another game like Tricky. They're so good. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know how good it really was, or if it was just like I was 12 or younger when I played it. It's definitely one of those I just... I don't know how much nostalgia played a factor. It was fun, no skill, it was fun. No, I understand it was fun back then. I'm just saying, like, I wonder how it holds up today, right? There just hasn't been any appetite for that kind of game, so no one's actually ended up making another one. But... I wonder if it held up, or if I was just young as fuck. Because I'll be honest, I played a lot of shit games back then that were absolute shit. God damn it. Ugh. Remember Cool Borders? No. Shit games for the past, rant. You play shit games now. Damn. Hey man, alright, I'll uninstall fucking Destiny, my bad. Gonna storm today. Oh, you got the aches and pains, huh? I can't uninstall Destiny. The Star Wars expansion is coming out. And I don't know if I'm gonna like it or not. Baldur's Gate, Dark Allegiance is that game for me. Yeah. Every once in a while, you know, you play a game when you were a kid and you're just like, dude, this is the fucking best game on the planet. And then you go play it again and you're like, I don't think it was that good. Not all games are like that from our past, but like every once in a while you'll find one. And that's why I always worry about going back and playing an old game. Because I feel like it'll, like, games just look different and feel different when you both suck at the game, because we were like, you know, a lot younger, and on average we all just sucked a lot more at games back then. But also just like, you know, it's like, it might be one of your first games. I say this a lot. There's a lot of Ubisoft stands out there, right? A lot of people that defend Ubisoft games, and if you ask them, why do you like Ubisoft so much? Or like, what Ubisoft games have you played? Usually when you talk to them, they're like, oh, I've only played like this game and that game. So they've only ever played like 2 Ubisoft games. So they view Ubisoft games way differently. Where we are all like burned out by like the Ubisoft formula at this point. They're like brand new to it. So to them, it's like the best thing ever. And they haven't played these other games, right? And like that affects our like how we look at our games, because it's always about perspective, right? Like if you have nothing to go off of, you know, those games back when we were kids were insane. They're the best thing ever. And then you mix in the, you know, longing for your childhood people. You know, those people that look back and they're like, oh man, I wish we could go back to a simpler time, you know? And nostalgia is a hell of a drug, as Cosmic said it earlier. I have over 3K hours of Trackmania, and I don't give a fuck about Ubisoft. Ubisoft owns Trackmania, don't they now? Far Cry 3 will always be one of the great FPS games. I don't know if I put that. I think it was a fantastic story, and I really like the villain. But as far as an FPS game goes, nah, it was all right. In a weird way, I preferred Far Cry 2. Far Cry 2 just didn't have a very good story. What would be your great FPS? Of recent memory? You know, you got like, if we're talking about like FPS like narrative, not like FPS like PvP, be like, probably top of the stack would be Cyberpunk. Maybe like Halo 3. I think Halo 3 holds up really well. Still. Reach holds up really well. Half-Life 2. Half-Life 1's pretty hard to play, I think, nowadays, unfortunately. But if you go play the Resurgence mod or whatever, or that Resurgence game, Half-Life 1 holds up a lot better. They did a really good job bringing it into the 2020s. Yeah, that's what I meant. Black Mesa. I think that's what they called it. The mod, the fan-made re-release, whatever. Unreal Tournament Quake. I don't know. Compared to like, you know, let me say this, Doom Eternal or Doom 2016, I think we have gapped the old Quake and Unreal Tournament games by quite a margin. I'm happy people have different opinions, but I don't agree with them. Which ones? COD 4? I liked COD 4's story. Yeah. But they've only made better games now. That's the thing, is that like they've improved on the COD formula so much that it's like hard for me to be super nostalgic. I don't agree. Halo 3 is better than Far Cry 3? Bro. That's crazy. That's a hot take. Spicy. Never liked Halo? That's fair enough, I guess. I don't even remember the ending of Far Cry 3. I think the most memorable cutscene I remember is like, you know, the villain tying you up with the concrete and then like pushing you off the cliff. I think that's like the most memorable scene for me. I didn't finish Far Cry 3 the first time around. I got like 20 hours in, I got bored. So I came back later and I finished. Wolfenstein? Yeah, the new Wolfensteins are pretty damn good. I don't think they're like top tier, but I do like the new Wolfensteins quite a bit. They are good. Maybe not the latest, but yeah. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I don't think the Far Cry games are bad. I just... I don't think they're necessarily iconic, though. Death Stranding 2 is one of the best games ever done. That's a hot take. I haven't played it yet, and I'll probably wait until it comes out on PC. We'll see, though. Death Stranding is always going to be a polarizing topic because Death Stranding will, it just has a certain thing about it, right? Like, you're either going to absolutely love the story or be like, what the fuck am I watching? This is stupid. And then the same goes for the gameplay. You're either going to be super interested in the gameplay and you're be like, ah, dude, I want to optimize my delivery routes, or you're going to look at it like, this is dumb. Like, I didn't vibe with the combat at all. God damn it, dude, I just need ammo. No ammo. That guy have a spy backpack? Is he wearing it? No, he's not wearing it. Damn it. Tech-wise, nah, I agree. Kojima with the, why am I forgetting the engine name off the top of my head? Decima engine. They cooked. Absolutely. Just like from the performance and graphics. Yeah. I mean, everything I've seen, like, it looks amazing. I'm looking forward to playing it on PC because I think it looks stunning. And I hope that they do a good PC port for it. If I remember correctly, the Death Stranding 1, what was it? Yo, can I get some ammo, L4? Can I get a resupply, L4? Did he give it to me? Oh, I just didn't play the sound. Okay. Cyberpunk is definitely in that conversation. Easily the best looking game I've ever played. Thank you. Thanks, both of you. Yeah, Cyberpunk is, I don't know. I think Cyberpunk is a fantastic example of like a really good modern open world FPS game. Right? Like really good. Someone said Borderlands something was Graph. Borderlands 2. I think Borderlands 2 is still pretty iconic. The gameplay is starting to feel pretty lackluster. But, I think it's maintaining. Well, we're saying FPS games, Factory Shredder. Like, the gameplay of Borderlands 2 is starting to, feel its age. Especially compared to the newer Borderlands games. Fallout 3, 4, Vegas. It's starting to feel like I love old Bethesda games to some extent, but they're hard to play gameplay-wise. Fallout 4 had like actually managed to make good gameplay, but obviously Fallout 4 has its like problems. I'm very curious about the next Fallout game. Because if they can use that good gameplay like system, because as much as I find Starfield to be like incredibly mediocre, it at least has like good shooting mechanics, and I enjoy that. Right? It took the Fallout 4 system and just, improved on it. Right? It just needs a better story, man. If the next Fallout game doesn't have a good story, it's so disappointing to me. Because they have this, like, I would say, good gameplay. But they just couldn't get the story right. Don't get me wrong, I don't think, like, Fallout 4 has, like, terrible story. But not from what you would expect in a Starfield. Or, in a Bethesda game. At least in that era. keen on Outer Worlds 2. Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. Outer Worlds 1 was like very disappointing to me personally. I didn't love the game all that much. I thought the dialogue was very smart, and I liked how everything was interconnected. I enjoyed the dialogue of Outer Worlds 2, or Outer Worlds 1, but I found the gameplay to be, like, it felt like I was playing New Vegas again. The gameplay did not feel any better than the gameplay from New Vegas, and that's bad, especially when there's like a 10-year gap between the two games. And then the world was so small. It felt so small. Every planet you went on, which just felt like this small little place. It felt like I was playing like the original Mass Effect at times. Last of Us 2, personally, best game. I really enjoyed the gameplay and how beautiful the game was. Story just didn't hit with me. And Last of Us 2. But that's just really strong with crafting of worlds, but they've made procedure. But then they made every procedural generated signed up for disaster. Sorry, are you talking about for Starfield? I mean, Starfield is not like the procedural generation wasn't the problem. The problem was is that they thought that we would want that. Like, we would want to go to a planet that had nothing on it, but that. Like, it's okay to put procedural generation into a game, but there wasn't just enough interesting things to do on a planet. Or in general in that game. You know? Like, I have no problem with there just being a vastness to the planets and stuff like that. It's just, the problem was is that the vast majority of planets had nothing on them. Not even one unique POI. Right? And like, that's a huge problem. You know? Like, I think that was the big issue. Like, I don't mind going to a planet and there being a POI, like a particular city, and that's the reason why you go there, and then the rest of the planet's like that. I have no problem, you know, with that idea. But the issue comes for me is that, like, the majority of planets didn't even have that unique POI with, like, hand-built content. Right? I feel like if you are going to do procedurally generated content, it needs to go hand in hand with hand-built content. Right? But the issue is that, like, they didn't make enough handmade content, and they made this massive galaxy with, like, you know, what was it, 100 plus planets? Like 200, 300 planets? And the majority of them were just pointless. Literally pointless to exist. But occasionally you got like one planet where do you guys remember that settlement with all of the US presidents and figures of like throughout like history, like human history on Earth? And they were, you know, I think they're automatons and there was like a conspiracy and they had different factions. That was great. They needed more of that. That is why you play a Bethesda game, is for quirky side content like that like just pulls you in. But the issue is that there was so few of that in Starfield. So it was very much a disappointment. It's the, you know, we always say the best way to describe Starfield is a mile wide, an inch deep. That's more or less what it is. There's a vastness to the game, which is cool. And if done right, you know, I think it could be cool. It's just they went so wide and they forgot about, like, adding depth. They looked at No Man's Sky and thought it looks easy. Yeah. Well, I mean, Starfield at launch reminds me a lot of No Man's Sky at launch. It's technically better than No Man's Sky at launch. You know, No Man's Sky is a lot different now, obviously. Right? But like No Man's Sky, when it came out, the irony is that it felt a lot alike to Starfield. But at least Starfield has a single player narrative and a bunch of like handcrafted areas, which No Man's Sky didn't even have. No Man's Sky was fun at launch. I mean, it was new. It was new. I don't think it was that good though. Are you ready for another game made in the creation engine with like 1 million loading screens? Personally, the loading screens didn't bother me as much as other people, but maybe that's because I have like a pretty fast computer, so loading screens were like, you know, pretty snappy. I'm not as bothered by loading screens as other people, it seems. Because that was a constant problem for people, but personally it didn't bother me. And I played through, because I did my initial playthrough of Starfield, and I think that took me, I don't know. I think that took me like 30 or 40 hours to do my initial like first playthrough, maybe a little bit more. And then after that, I did some, like I finished the main story, and then I did a couple loops, but I was like speed running the loops. I was like completing the loop in like about an hour. I was like speed running to the end because I just wanted to see the alternate universes. Can't believe you had the patience to do loops. Well, I love the idea of the loops. It's just poorly implemented. So most games, when they do New Game Plus, don't make sense narratively, and they don't fit in the game, but they're there for gameplay, right? Starfield managed to solve that problem in a very creative way. They wrote it into the story, or vice versa, right? The story wrote it in. So the fact that you finish the story, but then you do a new loop, and it's just like you going through, and then you're it was very well done as narratively, and it was very smart, right? Although I don't like the overall arcing story of Starfield, and I think it's kind of dumb, and how it's like thrown at you, I do think that the ending of Starfield is actually the strongest part of the game, because they do a very good job of like tying it up in a nice bow, and then like, hey, here's New Game Plus. It's smart. If only New Game Plus was done better. Because like narratively, you're playing against yourself, right? And you just don't realize that when you're doing your first loop or like your first playthrough. But then afterwards, it starts to make sense, and it's like you get a little bit of unique dialogue. There's some uniqueness to the new loops. But the problem is that's where it ends, and there just isn't enough to keep you going back. Because I think I did a second playthrough, and then I did like one quest line with a different path. So, I don't know. Starfield, 7 out of 10. I'll give it that. I'll give it 7 out of 10. It's just aggressively mediocre and has so much more potential. I'm definitely being kind to it, but I think that's just because I liked the ending so much, and I thought it was so smart. And I like the gameplay. The low grav shooting, no other game has done. I found it very satisfying to shoot in that game. A lot of games don't have that low grav, and I really like that. Infinite Warfare, Cries and Core, I mean, it's Call of Duty. One-shotting all the enemies isn't exactly fun. But also, it's not like an open world game, so it's a little different. But like, having the Far Cry formula of like walking up on a base and then having low grav to just, you know, fly around shooting enemies as they shoot you. I don't know, there was just something very satisfying to that. I haven't gone back to play with the buggy, but I do think the buggy would solve another issue I had. Which is another reason why I feel pretty justified in putting a 7. Because I do genuinely think that the buggy would solve that. You feeling better now? What are we talking about? Hmm? Hmm? What do you mean? No? I'm feeling good. He's saying your takes are sickening. Are they really? You must get that a lot, Teo. Is that why you knew? The other day you came on stream early. Oh, I ended stream early because you weren't feeling great. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm feeling better. Yeah. Sorry, I just missed the context. You you just kind of came. You feeling okay? I'm like, yeah. Missed some context there. There's some wild videos comparing 2077 to Starfield. Yeah, I think that was a bit silly. Those are two very different games. But I understand where they're coming from. 2077 was on its high, and Starfield came out as the new Killer Block, so obviously it's going to get comparisons. But I think Starfield is destined to just be like, at best, a 7 out of 10 game, because I don't think they're going to put a ton of effort into it. Like, that first DLC looked very mediocre. I didn't play it, but it looked very mediocre. To the point of, like, actually just being a bad DLC. And it definitely makes me worried for the new Elder Scrolls game. Skyrim 2 is in trouble. Assuming they stick with the creation engine, the new Elder Scrolls game's cooked. No, I mean, they could stick with the creation engine. They just need to modify it to meet more modern standards. You sound like the guy from Road Fury. Mediocre. Because that's the thing, is that, like, they don't have to move away from the creation engine. They need to modernize it. They need to, like, do some overhauls. Because you're right, like, if all they do is they take, like, you know, what they did in Starfield and they're like, hey, new game. That's terrible. Those games are too safe. They don't even do gore anymore. I mean, Starfield was going for a different angle. I mean, the last game that wasn't that has tons of gore in it, you know, Fallout 4, so. I would assume they're gonna move away from the Starfield kind of look. Starfield did come out at the same time as Fallout Gate 3, yeah. Fallout 4 is 10 years ago. Yeah, but the average Bethesda game comes out every, like, 4 years. Right? What games have they made? They made Fallout 4, then they made Fallout 4 multiplayer, and then they made Starfield. So I know Fallout 4 is 10 years ago, but they haven't really released anything else. AAA studios tend to get lazy. They do. Especially when we're talking about, like, sequels and stuff. They just kind of assume, I guess, they have the magic sauce still. That's kind of like, that's the Ubisoft problem, right? A lot of Ubisoft games feel mid. Now, mid today is bad. I'm still under the firm understanding that, like, you know, a game can be mid and still be, like, pretty good. You know? The problem is that I feel like a lot of people expect all games to be, like, 9 out of 10s. And that they can't be the case, right? Because if every game was 9 out of 10, then there would, you know what I mean? There'd still be, like, a hierarchy of, you know, 9 out of 10s, right? It's just, our standards have gone up as games have gotten better over time, right? So the average Ubisoft game just being mediocre 7 out of 10, you know, those games have definitely improved. It's just, it kind of is what it is. We've had so many great games from other people. It doesn't bother me as much that when I play a Ubisoft game, it's just 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 at best. Like, what was it? The new Avatar game? You know, I thought it was all right. You know, not bad, not great. 7. Movement was fun, looked beautiful. Story was generic, but, you know, not offensive. I enjoyed myself. The bow gameplay was very satisfying. I'm wondering what happened to Maple. Then I saw a YouTube video about the new channel. Yeah, I've been trying to say it in the videos, but basically, streaming on the same channel that my YouTube videos were on every day was negatively affecting my my channel. Like, just basically, it wasn't sharing my videos as it should, and my videos were, like, just not going anywhere. So I stopped streaming on it. Not worth $60. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend buying it for $60. I just played it on Ubisoft Plus. Because that's the thing also, is that any game that is on a subscription service, I will tend to be nicer to. So, like Starfield, I'll be nicer to because it's a subscription service. It doesn't bother me one bit that I play it for a month and then I move on. Right? Because the price to what I get out of it is a much more manageable, you know, situation, right? For Starfield, I literally just bought 1 month of, you know, Game Pass, right? And that's why I'm kinder to that game. If I had to pay full price, yeah, I would be way harder on it. But I didn't have to. The Avatar game, same thing. I just got Ubisoft Plus for the month, 15 bucks. You know what I mean? Liza P. You know, I'm definitely a little bit kinder to that game just because, hell, man, I got to play it on Game Pass. What a dream deal. I'm totally confused too. Glad to see. Yeah. Yeah. I probably should have, like, announced it better on YouTube when I was going to take a break from streaming on YouTube. So streams and vids were, like, different metrics affecting you that much. So the theory of what we have between me and my editor is that the live stream would kind of dictate how the videos were doing to some extent. I don't know how to explain it. It's basically like the stream tends to get shared over the video in the first place. But then on top of that, if the live stream wasn't doing particularly well, it would actually affect, and it usually didn't do that well on YouTube, it would affect how the videos would do. Because I can show you, when I started streaming on YouTube, there was a sharp decline on how my videos were doing. And then as soon as I stopped streaming on YouTube, my videos shot up in impressions and stuff like that. Like by almost 10x in some situations, in the most extreme. Now obviously there's some outside factors going on, like okay, all of a sudden Helldivers was more popular, but at the same time, like I don't think it would have been that much better. Or that much different. So now there are lots of people that stream every day and make YouTube videos. The theory that Annie had, and I think I agree quite a bit with it, is that they just have a bigger subscriber base. So their videos get shared a lot more. But my videos, because I have a very small subscriber base compared to my average viewership on my videos. So if my videos don't get shared a lot on your homepage, basically a lot less people watch my videos. You know what I mean? Is I think the explanation there. Because I only have like 9K or so subscribers, but in the last like couple weeks, my average viewership per video is like almost 20K. Right? So if all I'm doing is relying on subs to watch the video to hopefully get it in the algorithm, it's not enough, right? And the fact that a lot of my subs were just getting a lot of my live streams shared to them might have added like click fatigue, you know? It's hard to say exactly what was happening. So anyways, yeah, got the new channel now. So now we're working towards trying to get this new channel to monetized. That'll be a process. It'll probably take a while, but get there. Wish YouTube would make a game filter type like Twitch. Easier to discover creators playing a game, you know, be interested. Yeah, unfortunately, the only way to do that right now is you have to search up a particular game, and then the game will have like a section of it, and then there you can then go to shorts, live streams, or videos. But it's not easily found. You can tell that YouTube gaming is not like well supported at the moment still, whereas Twitch is predominantly like a gaming website, so you can tell it's very well supported in terms of that. Click fatigue sounds like a zoomer symptom. I mean, it's a boomer one too, man. It's a boomer one too. Anyways, back to what we were talking about, the Avatar game. Yeah, I thought the Avatar game was, like, good. It was worth my time. I enjoyed it. But, you know, context. I played it on Game Pass. Or not Game Pass, Ubisoft Plus, which is essentially their version of Game Pass. I was also somewhat kinder to Star Wars. What was the new one called? I forgot what it was called. The new Star Wars game that they put out. I was somewhat kinder because I played it on Ubisoft Plus, right? You know, Star Wars Outlaws, yeah. Great looking game. You know, I also think they designed a good Star Wars world, but I hated the story and I hated the gameplay. So it was like a 6 out of 10 for me or something like that. I at the very end is 6 out of 10. I could see people that maybe enjoy that like type of gameplay maybe would feel differently. But there's just so many games that do that gameplay type better. And then on top of that, I already don't like that gameplay type, so I'm probably not the best person to talk about the gameplay of that. Man's got Commando Pro. Did you see that? Jesus. Getting the new COD. I typically play the new COD for like a week. I get it on Game Pass. I play it for about a week and then I put it down. It's just something new to play. Will I buy it straight up? Probably not. Doubtful. Very doubtful. I'll probably play the zombies. I'll probably play the multiplayer. I probably won't play the story unless people are like absolutely raving about it. Which happens occasionally. Sometimes Call of Duty stories just kind of go crazy. Like the Modern Warfare reboot. Is there a next Star Wars game? Well, there's the third game in the trilogy for the Jedi games. So whatever they're gonna call the next game after Survivor. There's another game that I think is in production by Respawn. And it's supposed to be some other Star Wars type game. But we don't know that much about it. And then is there any other Star Wars games that saw some bros playing the beta? Yeah, I saw that they were at COD Next or whatever the hell it's called. Yeah, the Star Wars Tactics game. Yeah, that's it. There we go. Was that from Respawn or is maybe I'm thinking of another game? Yeah, the Star Wars Tactics game. Yes. Yeah, I don't really care too much for the Star Wars Tactics game. Honestly. But it's another one of those games that maybe I'll get into that type of gameplay if I get a handheld. I have been seriously debating. There's a lot of new handhelds coming out, like the RG Ally and stuff like that, and I've been seriously debating buying one. Because recently I've been very interested in games that I think would run well on those, especially Mega Bonk. And I have had some situations where I'm like laying on the couch after a stream and I don't want to sit down in this chair again because I just sat in this chair for like 8 hours, right? So I'm like, oh man, I'd really like to have a handheld where I could just play a game on the couch. You know what I mean? So those handhelds are becoming more and more appealing to me, I feel like. Whereas before I kind of like, I'm just not a mobile gamer. I don't really travel. I don't really feel the need for it. I don't mind going to my chair. It's not really the same anymore. So I'm like, I'm definitely starting to look at like a handheld. Any input? Anyone here have a handheld and what they'd recommend? Before anyone says anything, Steam Deck, I don't plan on buying a Steam Deck. It's too old at this point. They need to do a refresh if I was going to buy a new one. Ask Annie to buy you the expensive one. I wouldn't ask that from her. I can pay for it myself. But I did see that the RG Ally X is like $1,000, and I was like, wow, is it gonna be worth that? $1,000 is like kind of insane. Kind of nuts. But if the performance is like, you know, that much better than like other handhelds on the market, I'd pay the premium for it. I'm definitely someone that appreciates performance more than most. So I would pay a premium for it. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, Martin, maybe. And that's why I'm not gonna rush into a handheld, because I'm hoping that, you know, Steam Deck 2 is a thing, and I'll just get that, you know? But that being said, getting a Windows handheld does have its benefits because you're not limited so much to sticking with Steam. I know there's some workarounds to that problem, but having an out-of-the-box experience is nice. Yeah, the Switch 2 is decent. I would argue that the Switch 2 is more of a console than it is a handheld. And I'm not interested in another console. Steam Deck's for Linux. Yeah, which has its positives and its negatives, which is my point to... But I'm pretty sure with the Steam Deck, you can boot it with Windows, if I'm not mistaken. There just has to be some effort put in there. Switch is trash? I wouldn't call it trash. PS5 on the couch. But I'm so limited on games, especially games that I play. I have a PS5. And getting a PS5 Portal is a thing, but like, I'm limited on games. And I would rather get like a Windows handheld, and that way I could, you know, play a good amount of Sony games nowadays that come to PC. Just gotta be a little patient. Is Mega Man coming to iPhone? I have no idea. But I feel like it could. It's the first game that I found myself being like, I'd love to play this on a handheld. Yeah, I don't think the Switch 2 is trash by any metric. You can name their, you know, pricing scheme for games trash, and I would be with you, but no, I don't think the Switch 2 is trash. But it is in an awkward spot now because we have a lot of handhelds that are better than the Switch 2 in handheld form, and then we have a bunch of consoles that are better than the Switch 2 is a console, right? So the reason why Switch 2 at the moment is not for the hardware at all, unless you have that niche of like you want 2-in-1, which you more or less buy for the games, which is fair enough. At least they make really good games. I'll be honest, that new Donkey Kong game did look very appealing. Oh. Ugh. That new Donkey Kong game looked very cool. Nothing I'd be able to say on the patch. You know as much as I can say. Does Megabunk run well? Oh, very. It eventually gets crazy and like runs poorly after like you've been like playing on the same character and you're doing billions of damage per millisecond. The game starts to lock up a bit because it just can't calculate all that stuff that fast. You know what I mean? Like you have like 50 projectiles all hitting, you know, enemies all at the same moment, you know. It's actually not even 50. It would be like 200 projectiles hitting all at the same moment, and it's trying to calculate that with all the modifiers. It locks up, understandably. But that's only in the most extreme situations on Megabonk. And even then, it's still very playable. It's not like it's an unplayable situation. You'll just start noticing, like, damage numbers stop showing up, but you're doing damage still. Their health might chunk a bit rather than like go down like slowly. But it seems good. Seems pretty good. I'm sure they'll continue to improve it. Do you know about the new war bond? When it will be? Well, the average war bond is about 6 weeks. So I would say around 6 weeks. And that would be in like a week or two. I'd say 2 to 3 weeks to be safer. A week or two is too small. That'd be 5 weeks. 6 would be 2 to 3 weeks, like 6 to 7 weeks. And then usually we get a trailer for the war bond about a week prior. So my current guess is like we're gonna get a trailer on, let's say, somewhere around the 16th, and then the patch the next week is my guess. Because they've said that we're gonna get a big like bug fix, balance patch, you know, mid-October. And I don't think that's gonna be the 16th. My guess is probably the 21st, the week of the 21st. So that'll be, it would come out. Yeah, so it would come out on the 21st, and then the war bond would be the 23rd, would be my guess. Megabonk literally could be a handheld CPU killer. Maybe. Maybe. I haven't seen any, like, Steam Deck reviews of it. I think it depends on how crazy you scale your character in Megabonk. We'll wait and see if you're right. Well, everything I'm saying is based on previous data, right? So the average release time of war bonds is 6 weeks. You know, the vast majority of time is 6 weeks. We've had one that's 5, and we've had one that's 7. But, you know, 10 others at 6. And then they've already told us that there's a patch like publicly coming out somewhere in the mid October area. So I think it all works out. And the patch and the war bond would come out at the same time, basically. I doubt that they would do 2 separate patches. That's just asking for trouble. Nintendo is a bully company. Why support them when you're trying to like patent game mechanics, trying to ruin the creativity in the industry? I can agree. Like Nintendo's a shit company when it comes to like doing YouTube and stuff like that. But I mean, I can't be mad at them for going after Palworld, dude. I do think there's a bit of a disconnect with gamers sometimes with that. Like, I understand that Palworld is very fun, and I like Palworld quite a bit. I liked it, and I played it at release. But, I mean, I understand why Nintendo went after them. Like, I feel like if you remove the word Nintendo from the situation and you put a more favored company behind the lawsuit, and you like just change the, like, let's say like we're talking about like Baldur's Gate 3 and someone came out with a, you know, with a carbon copy, but with like slight changes, I feel like people would have a very different tune because they like Larian, you know? I feel like people's judgment is a little bit clouded when it comes to Palworld. Palworld was overstepping the bounds. It was way too like Pokemon, right? They were doing it on purpose, and I'm sure they knew that they were going to catch lawsuits. Like Palworld was ridiculously similar to Pokemon in terms of like aesthetic and many of the creatures. And I'm pretty sure the court did in fact favor with them on like, you know, I think the catching creatures in a ball and summoning them thing, and that is Pokemon, right? Like that is their essence. And I don't think that's bullying, that just is what it is. So I think there's just a lot of anger also that like Pokemon's been this kind of like quote unquote dead franchise for a while now. Like Pokemon's been doing very poorly in the games industry. Like every time they came up with a game, it's usually quite shit. And then Palworld comes out and it's like really good. And then, you know, obviously Nintendo dogs on them and goes after them. But I don't know. I seriously think if you change the context of what company is suing, I think people look at it differently. A good example would be PlayStation right now is at odds with Tencent, because Tencent wanted to make a Horizon game, and started working on it apparently, and then PlayStation pulled out of that or didn't want to partner with them, but Tencent has gone ahead and started marketing for the game, and the game is very similar to like Palworld versus Tencent, like Palworld versus Pokemon, very similar, right? And like people are very much pro PlayStation, anti, you know, Tencent, but it's like the same context. But I think it's because people haven't played this new game yet to fall in love with it, like in Palworld. And people are also pretty anti-China when it comes to it. So I find it's funny depending on the context. Because it's a very similar situation. Isn't Nintendo a favorable one? Like their consoles do quite well despite being weaker than other devices. Because of the Nintendo aesthetic, they typically don't need like crazy hardware. People always dog on the Switch for like not being as powerful and stuff like that. You know, which I think is a fair criticism, but at the same time, like they don't always need it, so And usually their fan base isn't as snooty about performance, so it doesn't really matter. Why would I change the context though? That would be a different situation. Yo, what up? I'm good. Thank you for the tier 1 13 months, man. I appreciate that. For what I've seen, Power World plays nothing like Pokemon. It's not, well, it does. It does play like Pokemon. You throw spherical objects with a % chance to catch very similarly looking creatures. And then when you need them, you throw them out, like in Pokemon. Right? And then you tame them and stuff like that, right? So I would maybe give Power World another look and Pokemon another look. Like, to be fair to Nintendo, I mean, it is very similar. But also, like, Power World has been changing things, right? They know that they're going to lose in court for a lot of this stuff, so they're actually changing it. Right, so they've changed a bunch of the looks of their pals to not be so Pokemon. Because, like, some of them were, like, legit copies, but just with a different name. You don't throw the pals out anymore because they lost? Yeah. And it's like, I don't think that's stunting innovation or anything like that. That's just a blatant copy, right? Like I can't blame Nintendo for that. Like, that is. The only issue is that they're both Japanese companies, and Japan has strict laws. On the Western, they wouldn't even go to court. I disagree. I think they would. Nintendo has definitely brought things to court in the US. You shouldn't be able to patent game mechanics. I think you should be able to if it's specific enough. Posted my favorite games of all times in Discord. That's cool. Oh yeah. Couldn't get behind Power World. I tried. Bit of grindy. Couldn't commit to the time to it. It was pretty grindy for sure. There are ways to skip the grind, but it was still pretty damn grindy for sure. I get where you're coming from. I think I put like 30 or 40 hours into it, but I had to stop because Helldivers came out. That sucks. Oh, the bugs at the moment I'll be honest, I left them for dead. Bot's my favorite. Keep me happy, and now I suck on squids. Oof. Ah, they're good. I mean, bugs are bugs. They're the least buggy of the factions. You play bots, you'll get the sound bug, which will cause a lot of performance issues. Was Helldivers on your radar before issue 2? I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but yeah, I knew about Helldivers 2 before it came out. I watched the state of play. I play, like as I've said on stream a lot, I played Helldivers 1 for about 5 hours, didn't enjoy it. But I remember saying that the gameplay loop is really good, it just seems to be in a better format. He's asking if you were interested in issue 1 before issue 2 came out. I mean, he didn't say that, or else he would have said that. I'll be honest, I don't experience the majority of the performance issues everybody accepts at the moment. Except the bots. Yeah, that's what everybody's complaining about, Trev. I remember nobody can use the Shadow and Mortar system. Yeah, and that's a shame, and I get why people are upset about that one being patented. But that's like not specific enough, I guess. Like the whole Nintendo one is like, I think I can think of like 10 ways off the top of my head to get around that patent. The thing is with Power World is that they like directly ripped the Pokemon system, right? That's the issue. And I can understand why why obviously that was not okay. You know, like if Power World put their own flair on it or changed it, I don't think we'd be sitting here talking about it. But like, they went for a carbon copy. Like I know you guys like wanted to, but like guys, it's literally Pokemon. Like, I remember playing Power World on day 1 and being like, oh my god, Nintendo is going to be so angry. What? Dusk, I have no idea what you're saying. I think most of the performance issues are on PC. No, the sound bug on bots is like cross-platform. If you're getting it, just make sure you restart your game if you're on console. Like, there are people getting other performance issues on PC, but I haven't really been seeing it personally. Like, there's a big one right now about the End Protect. Like, I keep seeing like people taking screenshots of End Protect taking like huge amounts of CPU and stuff like that, and it's like every time I open up Task Manager or have it on the second screen, it uses 0.3% of my resources, right? Like, It just sits there doing nothing, basically. 0.6, 0.5. Right? Like, I don't know. People keep saying that there's a lot of performance issues with that. Well, it's not even weak-ass computers. It's not that. It's just, I think what they're doing is they're taking screenshots of when it's scanning your PC, and it will spike up to like 10% of your CPU, like on boot up. But I don't see it doing that much ever. Like I stated in my my state of HG2, it's like the game is running better than it has been outside of the sound bug than it ever has, right? I would assume what you're most likely running into, Joshua, is the sound bug. I would recommend just not playing on the bot front and restart your game if you're getting like large pauses in gameplay. How about the new singer at Linkin Park? She's alright. The problem is that everybody's gonna compare her, right? Like, I think I don't like it when they do, like, covers. Like when she does covers, I mean, I don't like it, but you know, when they do like new music, I enjoy it. You have hard reset, fully quick game. It's better this week. Last week's was bad. Most likely because you're playing less bots. The problem comes from playing bot missions. I'm gonna keep saying it until you hear me. Don't play automaton missions. Your experience will be 10 times better if you just avoid that. By covers, you mean old songs. Yeah. There's an issue, thick covered in relation to filling up cache files in your storage drive, which drastically affects machines, especially on like slower drives, like hard drives. I forgot to finish this. They did from zero. Yeah, I mean, I didn't mind that. Like, I like the new Linkin Park stuff. I didn't hate it or anything like that. Oh, no. Ah, fuck. Crazy how audio can crash a game like that. Yeah. Kind of cracks though. The dumbest shit can crash your game sometimes. Russian, thanks for the tier 1 year, buddy. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. I think SATA SSDs can also struggle, but like Gen 3 or faster hard drives don't appear to be affected as much. Gotcha. But yeah, highly recommend don't play bots. Don't play bots. Don't play bots. Ba, 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 ba. But the issue is more the problem related to a window. So we're trying to say Windows updates affecting other programs and not that use it and not just... Sorry, I'm confused. I want to spill oil and destroy clankers. Yeah, but unfortunately the performance... You'll run into the audio bug, which then will lead to like pretty unplayable situations. So did the bug happen because the guy tried calling it in? Yeah, that's exactly it, King. When you're doing that mission... You should only ever try to do one drill at a time. The problem was is that I was doing a drill and then he decided to call in a drill somewhere else and it like soft locks, unfortunately, when that happens. Do you watch UFC? Nah. Well, I did like 10, 15 years ago. How does song request work? !SR space and the YouTube link. Just like everybody else is doing. Oh, you're actually just saying WWYs, not Windows Update. It's an audio engine that AH uses for HD2. I've never heard of that audio. I will say that audio fucked up for control group update, but it was because they added you turn on the music. Yeah, because no one was song requesting, so it's just my backup list. If you guys don't song request, I'm gonna turn down the music, because yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Control Group came out, and they did they added a bunch of echoing effects to the game, and I believe that created the current sound bug, and they've been patching it ever since to get it working. And so far, it has been working on bugs and bots. Because if you guys remember, the sound bug used to apply to even like bug missions. But now it doesn't, right? You can play bugs, no problem. That was a different audio bug. And they fixed that a while ago. Because like... if you didn't use the passive at all, you would get the audio bug previously. And it's the same audio bug we have now, where slowly you'll go from losing some audio a little bit to then all of a sudden you lose more audio, and then a gun will stop playing its sound, and then all of a sudden you'll get like a lockup, and then you'll get a longer lockup, and then you'll just keep getting longer lockups until you restart your game. And then there were people complaining about losing audio for particular, like, you know, weapons and stuff like that if they didn't restart the game. And unfortunately on console, you typically don't restart your game. You just do quick resume, right? So people on console were not able to hear certain weapons for like a week straight because they never restarted their game. But people on PC would only lose it for, you know, that particular play session. They patched some of that bug, but we still have a little bit lingering. Right? And that part lingering is what we see on the bot front. The quick resume is only for single player titles. I believe the PlayStation is not actually closing HD2 though when you stop playing for the day. Because after telling people to restart their games on PlayStation, it fixed their audio issue about a month ago. The performance issues and the audio that they were having, as soon as I told them to quit out of the program and restart, it was fine. So I believe it might not be the quick resume, but I believe it is putting the game in kind of like a minimized state. And not actually closing the game. I installed until they fix some stuff. Fair. Fair. So, like, it's annoying, and I get it. I totally do. I'll try and help people out if they want to keep playing and give people advice on, like, how to fix things, but, you know, I totally get, you know, not wanting to deal with it. You shouldn't need to. What the fuck? The hell? Is he a traitor? He must be a traitor. The fuck? He's got to be a traitor. He's got the traitor barrage firing at him. Yeah, he does. He absolutely does. Traitor barrage doesn't... Status doesn't barrage you anymore? What? Nice sweater. Thanks, zombie. Thanks, buddy. How are you? Yeah, because when you close the game, it flushes the cache I was talking about when it was filled up. Yep. And that's why I suggest people, if they start seeing the audio bug permeate, restart your game. I almost don't even want to fucking call them in. Try it, it'll railgun you. I don't think I've been traitor status in a very long time, so I guess I have to. The fuck did I put myself? Walked by. Just more accurate now. Very bad Clash Royale blue streak. I'm sorry, brother. Last spear gun. It's great. If you want my full thoughts, I got a YouTube review on the Warbond, but it's good. It's really good. I like it a lot. Bye bye. Doesn't seem that accurate. Still trying to guess where you're going. But I guess it's more accurate. Ugh! Still trying to guess where you're going, but it seems like it just does it faster now. For Salva, almost always connects. Changed after shield gen bug. Gotcha. Tell you how much I go a traitor. It's been a long time since that's been a strat because we've just been so powerful. It hasn't been necessary. Used to be something I actually thought about. So it's not a railgun, it's just an accurate 380. You gotta guess better now? Well, you just have to change direction more often now. And you probably also need to be faster. It would be funny if it was railgun strike. It would be pretty funny. Do you think about spam? I like spam. Good breakfast food. Spam and eggs, I do enjoy. Sometimes a little too salty for me in the morning, but I like it. A little bit of ketchup, spam, it's good. I've had someone be snobby about spam while eating hot dogs. That's the great irony. Salting coffee is the thing. Some people really like spam or salt. Spam and rice, yeah, I know people that do that, yeah. Spam reminds me of dog food. Oh, it's definitely not some like super appetizing food. Not until cooked. But if you look at a hot dog, it'll remind you of dog food as well. Or cat food. Similar consistencies. Fried spam. Yeah, I usually just pan fry it. It's good. Nothing crazy. Cheap. Good with eggs. A little bit ketchup. Would recommend. Bruh. I removed your head. How are you? Whatever. Spam sushi. I'll pass on that one. Dude, this guy is a menace with his barrages. Spam sushi. It's not as disgusting as you think it is. It's just like with... It's rice, spam, and a little bit of seaweed on the outside. It's not like you think. It tastes good. Rice and spam goes quite well together. Teriyaki glaze. Mine didn't have a teriyaki glaze, but I think it had something on it. I don't remember what. The funny thing is I've seen it be done in Japan, Trav. You say that, but... like, at a Japanese restaurant, it was a thing. What's your favorite bug loadout? I mean, like... What would you pick when you only could have one loadout for the next 20 missions? I would probably turn off the game if I could only use one loadout for 20 missions. How much you pay for sushi? I don't know what the hell that second word is. How much would I pay for sushi? For a good meal, like per person, maybe $100. That'd be my limit. It means high-end dining. Oh, okay. Yeah, about $100 per person. I worry about an all-you-can-eat sushi place that's cheap. Like how good the quality is. Makes you a bit anxious. Like paying $30 sushi is one thing, but paying $30 for an all-you-can-eat makes me suspect. Like all you can eat sushi, yeah. If you spend enough, I'm like, okay, that's fine. But you know, if it's too cheap, I'm like, what'd you do to that fish? You know. Mine is Warp Pack Quasar Gastric 500 kg. Cool. Yeah, I just have a hard time answering that question because I would literally just turn off the game if I was forced to play the same loadout 20 missions in a row. That's how perceived value works. It has nothing to do with value. It's more just like $30 for all you can eat sushi. Especially if you're not somewhere that's like, you know, oceanside. Suspect. Very suspect. Very suspect. My experience, the worst sushi restaurants by me make terrible batter for the fried sushi. He says that if I use the same letter for a mission, yeah, I can't do that. I'll get so bored. Still order off the menu, and they have appetizers, sashimi, limited menu. Has a lot of their like great rolls though. Watch them make it. They have a regular menu too. Fair enough. So it's basically a normal sushi restaurant, but they have an all-you-can-eat option. Is that what you're saying? That makes more sense. Still, man. $30 American for all-you-can-eat sushi? That's crazy to me. That's extremely cheap. Sorry, I wasn't clear with that. No, you're fine. I gotcha. I understand. That makes more sense on how they can operate. Because Because I'm like, dude, if that place is only an all-you-can-eat sushi place, I'm like, damn, that is... Holy fuck. They gotta be making their money somewhere, unless it's like really cheap fish. You know? That just makes me nervous. Cheap fish being used in sushi. Because you don't want them skimping on like raw fish, you know, preparation and stuff like that. You don't want that. It can go poorly, quite badly. It's cooked fish. Hey man, you can have a cheap cut of salmon. A little different. Good night, Thorax. Money laundering front. I think a sushi buffet here in South Africa can work out to like anywhere around like $13 to $14 in most places. But our food prices are cheaper here in general. Interesting. You're also like oceanside, so they probably use more like local. Like that's what I mean is that like if it's a sushi restaurant and they're using like more local fish for it and the portions are very small, I get it. Like you ever been to those sushi restaurants where like the sushi is like it's like 80% like rice? Are we just doing paper only? Easy clap. Paper wins every time, dude. It's the mind games. Let's have some pics out on the food. Let's leave reviews and take pics. Cool. Cool. We playing, bro? They must be talking to one another. Annoys me when I don't look at the sushi combo properly and then pick one based on how many pieces it has and then left with like 8 maki pieces. Ninja Gaiden's also coming out this month. Was there a demo that came out not too long ago for Ninja Gaiden? Or was that a remaster? I can't remember. There was a Ninja Gaiden that came out recently. What was that? Was that a demo or is that a remaster? Remaster, I think? I'm not a Ninja Gaiden fan, personally. I don't trust sushi. A little too fishy. Good one. Good one. Good one. Got him. Good one. Sorry, making a joke. That was selfish. Dude, speaking of fish, I was watching just randomly some Attenborough stuff of Attenborough, however you pronounce his last name, of pufferfish mating, and god damn, that was an interesting watch. I remember watching it like when I was a kid, but it's just like watching it again and like seeing the you know, the length that they will go to like capture it nowadays. It's so good. If you guys don't know, pufferfish, the male finds a spot on the seabed and then essentially like moves his like small fins around to create like just a bunch of like water movement behind him, and it can move enough sand. And they do this for like apparently several days straight. And they will like dig out a pattern on the seabed, and it's quite intricate with like massive valleys and stuff like that. And they have to work like tirelessly for like several days straight because the ocean current will mess with it, right? And it's like a very intricate pattern, and it's symmetrical. And then they will grab seashells and put them on the peaks of the pattern. It's insane. And then a female will come along, and then the it'll be inspected. She'll leave for a while. The pattern will like start to congregate in the middle to making like a good like I mean nest, I guess. Good mound of sand. And then they will like then fertilize and lay the eggs in the middle. Insane. Insane. What an interesting way to procreate. Like, I saw a video of a diver rage baiting one of them messing up a pattern. That's fucked up, Trav. That's really fucked up. Like, especially after just watching that, I'm actually mad at that person. That's some good rage bait. I hate that person. I swear, people that come by my chat are like that person. They're just so good at rage baiting. I had a guilty laugh, okay? Nah, I get it. I've watched some rage bait content and laughed at it. I will admit. There's this rage baiting content creator that I get quite a bit in my feed when I'm like randomly scrolling. He does, I think, detailing for private planes. So you know the business of like, you know, private plane, and you'll hire someone to come on and clean the plane, right? But he doesn't rage bait you with what he does or uses. Like, there's a little bit of that, but for the most part, it's just what he says as like talking over it. He usually says, you know, the most wild things is like price quotes. Like, yeah, I just got paid 50 grand for cleaning this. Would you guys give up your day off for 50 grand? It's just like they're rage baiting so hard to get you to comment on the video to like increase the metrics of the video, right? Because the more people who comment on the video and interact with the video, you know, will end up sharing the video more. So yeah, it's that's crazy. He does do some like normal rage baiting, like it often like using the same cloth for like the toilet and the sink or something like that. Now you can kind of tell that they're doing it on purpose, and they probably are using two, but for the clip they use the one. They should bring back dislikes. I mean, they're there. You could dislike the video. Dislikes never went anywhere. It's just you can't see the dislike to like ratio unless you get that that extension. And now that I have experienced YouTube without the like to dislike ratio being shown, I kind of get it. I kind of get it to some extent, especially in the era of like, you know, activism based on like, you know, brigading. Especially in like Steam reviews and stuff like that. I kind of get it now. You know, review bombing is definitely a thing, and it even happened on YouTube. So not showing the ratio publicly does decentivize the review bombing as well. It still happens, but it's more natural now. Now, I don't think it's a perfect system, because obviously it would be nice to know what the like to dislike ratio is as you're watching, but that looks so weird for some reason. But I think review bombing issue 2 is the lowest, at its lowest point, helped. Like for PlayStation? Yeah. No, there are positives and negatives to review bombing, right? There are moments in time where I think review bombing makes a lot of sense, and it's like for the good of that medium. And then there are times where like review bombing is like, you know, I think used in like a improper way, you know. I don't think review bombing was prevalent enough. I mean, at that time it was. It was very prevalent on YouTube. There was a lot of brigading happening. And then there was also the starting of bot downvoting. So I believe that was the main response of why YouTube decided to do it. Yeah, exactly, Trap. Like, review bombing can sometimes be great, and it's like a really good tool to tell people about the current state of a game. But then also, I've seen review bombing of like, you know, just like pointless shit, like dumb stuff that like is very unnecessary for like, because like it really like harms the game for like unwarranted things, right? And people jump to review bombing really fast nowadays, like with like online activism. So I don't know. It's context dependent. Why is Helldivers constantly crashing? I don't know. It's not doing that for me. Are you on the bot front? Are you on PC, console? Have you deleted your shader cache, verified files, updated your graphics drivers, reinstalled your graphics drivers, restarted your game? PC? Okay. Do you play on the bot front? I don't see Luna enough today. Unfortunately, she's been MIA. Just had to check to make sure she wasn't behind me. Luna is a difficult one to find some mornings. I've been recently having trouble getting her to come on stream in the morning. She has been wanting to sleep elsewhere. She'll be here in about 2 hours, probably. I'd say about 2 hours. Done verify files, updated drivers, uninstall the game. I don't know why it keeps happening. Delete your shader cache for HG2. Are you playing on the bot front? No bugs? Okay. Where to shoot Bale when you use spear? When I played the Elden Ring DLC, I just went for his head. I'm assuming we're not talking about Elden Ring. After an NVIDIA update, I did delete shader cache. Yeah. Deleting shader cache is a really important step, unfortunately, with a lot of games nowadays, if you are running into issues with like any game in 2025, finding the shader cache spot and deleting it often helps a lot. Doesn't matter the game. Some games are better about self-deleting the shader cache and rebuilding the cache after a graphics driver update, but I'm not sure if this is NVIDIA or if it's HG2 or a combination of both. But sometimes if you're running into issues with HG2, deleting your shader cache is like huge. Personally, I haven't had to delete my shader cache in quite a while, but that does affect things. One thing if you're on NVIDIA that I would recommend is you go to global settings. You can do this on AMD as well. I don't know why it's taking so long. And then you can find the cache size, and I would at least bump it up to 10 gigabytes. I believe the default is much lower than that. It won't actually use the amount that you pick. It just gives it more headroom if it wants to use it. So in some games, the default is too low, and you can run into caching issues. And that's like a problem on NVIDIA's side, I believe. It's a driver issue. That's good, Mog. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. But in general, I just put my global setting at 100 gigabytes now, and I don't run into many issues. Can you do that through Steam? No, it's your graphics drivers. So you know the NVIDIA app? It's the NVIDIA app. But in general, first, before you even do this, delete your shader cache. If you do !HD2 shaders, it'll give you the file path. And you can delete your shaders there. Because I believe even if you uninstall the game, I believe your shaders still are there. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they're still there. I don't think uninstalling the game gets rid of the shader cache, but like some games it does, but I'm pretty sure in HD2 it doesn't, which is weird. That could solve your issue, Pug. New MO? Not yet, Buzz. At least that I see. Morning, Mr. Buzz. How you doing, dude? How are things? But we'll see when we get back to the ship. Buzz, you excited to play some Arc Raiders? I'm excited to play with you. Please show some jetpack skating. I love Borderlands. You guys see the Vault Hunter that they showed off? What are you guys' thoughts? I think it's really cool. It's gonna be like, it's kind of a cliche character of the dice rolling, you know, luck-based character. But I also think they're very interesting. If you guys ever played the pre-sequel, Claptrap had that kind of vibe to him where like there's a lot of like randomness in how he played, and it was very interesting. Can't wait for it to launch. Dude, Buzz, I wasn't expecting them to do another beta. I'm very excited for the 17th and 19th. I don't know if you saw that. I was impressed. I was surprised. I didn't think they would do another one. But I guess they want to get more people hooked before the release. Yeah, I'm excited for the new character. Sounds interesting. And I can see them doing some interesting animations for it. Have they decided on a price point? I believe it's 40 USD. And then there's like a $60 like deluxe edition. My man's flying. Did you go Siren? I went for I went Harlow. I went Harlow first. But I ended up like breaking the game. So my poor teammates or myself, whenever I like shot a boss or an enemy too much, I applied too many stacks of status effect so fast that the game would like lock up and it would like lag out. And it was like hurting my experience in Borderlands. And I thought that it was like a big issue. It wasn't. It was literally just me. I don't know what I did in particular on my build, but I think I just had a bad weapon combination and I picked the wrong skills in combination with one another and I broke the game. And then I played Vex. I played Vex afterwards, who is a Siren. But I believe it's a similar issue to like previous Borderlands games where the game would just lock up if you had too many status effects applied too fast. It was an issue on Borderlands 3 release as well. Every person where I work got Borderlands 4 for free? Wait, where do you work? Do you work at Gearbox? Is Randy your boss? Does he throw cards at you when you walk by? Is he tweeting on the toilet right now? Who'd you play, Buzz? I had a good time in Borderlands, and I look forward to playing more. Sucks that a lot of people had performance issues. But, I thought the game itself was sick outside of the technical issues. Definitely felt like a revival of Borderlands to some extent. And then, of course, Randy is doing everything in his power to stop that from happening, but it is what it is. Well, with Rafa, kind of different type of spell style. My friend went Rafa as the second character, Reese. he is so fast. I think he was doing the overdrive build. Like absolute Sonic material. The cannons looked really cool though. I heard the melee was a bit jank, which is unfortunate. I hope they make some adjustments to it. But the melee did look cool. What build did you end up going for, Buzz? That's some good luck. Cannons? Nice. Cannons look cool. I like the idea of them. Cool, 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 cool. What up, Bertree? How are you? They added funny ragdoll to the big enemies, and I like that. Apparently, Borderlands 3 had that, and I just forgot. Like, I don't remember playing Borderlands 3 and laughing at ragdoll as much as I laughed in Borderlands 4 when I shot an enemy and just saw him do like a movie scene, like fall backwards from the shot. My friend who played a lot of Borderlands 3, and I played a fair bit of Borderlands 3 as well, was telling me, no, that was in Borderlands 3, and I was just like, I don't remember that. I don't know why I laughed so much harder at it. I don't know. I don't remember playing Borderlands 3. I should say. I don't blame you. Oh my god, that was a weird desync. So, yeah, the ragdoll on Borderlands 4 is very funny. I definitely found myself laughing in a lot of situations. I don't know, that's overkill. Gotta get around that. That guy doesn't realize he doesn't have to clear that. We're good. F3's dead in the middle of nowhere. He's got him. Gotta ask, how are you sitting? How are you sitting like that? What do you mean how I'm sitting like that? What do you mean? Forgot how good the railgun is. People sleep on it, man. I think people are still in the mindset of like, it's terrible if it doesn't one-shot a Ball Titan. You know, they're remembering the PS5 host bug. But, you know, 2 shots to strip the armor on a charger, or 2 shots to the butt to like break the butt, and then they just bleed to death. 3 shots on average to kill a Ball Titan, unless you're very good at getting those high charge shots. You know, it's good. It's a good weapon. Just remember to hit the reload button after you shoot, just to get that faster fire rate. You know. You're hunched forward by the headrest. It might look like that, but I'm actually not. I'm just sitting straight up. I think that's just like the camera gives it that effect. I'm actually like leaning back. If that makes sense. It's hard to be consistent without exploding. Yeah, that's why I don't risk the like 90% plus shots. I typically go for like an 80% shot with the railgun. Thanks for answering ours. Yeah. It might, like I can see what you mean. Because of the angle, it looks like I'm like that's me hunching forward, but like I don't know, that's me more or less sitting upright. Oh, Shiners, yeah. I love this chair. Not sponsored. Great investment. Have you showed your setup? Me sitting in an unfinished basement, desk, 4 monitors, 2 computers over there. It's nothing really to see, with a fuckload of lights and a green screen behind me. That's basically my setup. It's nothing impressive. There's a reason why I have a green screen. Do you miss your stratagem throw? Do you ever miss your stratagem throws because you equipped an armor with 20% extra range? I rarely use that armor unless I'm playing against like dragon roaches, and then yeah, I feel like I need fire resistance. But no, I on purpose don't use throw range because it messes with my visual muscle memory. Because like you're absolutely right, I would and have in the past messed up my muscle memory because of it. So I usually recommend to people, how do I word it? It's like, I recommend not using throw distance unless you are going to commit to throw distance. Because like swapping back and forth will really screw up your like throw distance, like how you view how far a stratagem will go. Because there's definitely a skill of like knowing exactly how far a stratagem will go. Which one's the butcher set? I don't know which one that is. He's not looking at me for some reason. Awkward. I had a class on Teams and preferred to take it on the kitchen because my room is a mess. I don't want nobody to see it. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to see behind me. It's an unfinished basement. Some random shelves with some, like, old PC hardware on it. Like, it's not exactly organized. So I just use a green screen. There's not much to see in my load or setup. Oh! I didn't think that 500 kg was that close. I tried when my teacher insisted on being it on. Your teacher doesn't want you, like, sitting in bed, I guess. Uh-oh. There's a 380 on the Pelican. Oh, use the heavy med kit. Gotcha. Fair enough. I found on Dragon missions, the damage resistance was actually slightly better than the extra 2 stems. And you know me, I'm usually a med kit believer. But the fire resistance helped a lot. Sometimes maybe we'll have the best music in this playlist. Oh, the outro to movie clips. It's some good music, huh? Let me skip it. Is the BL4 resource to tell you if the Wampa Goblin can roll with Jacobs? I don't know how progressed the wikis are for Borderlands 4. Unfortunately, the wiki doesn't seem to. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm assuming the wikis will eventually do that, but it doesn't seem like that's a thing yet, maybe? Do you think they're gonna make it so Bile Titans fall after oh, you mean dragons? I think there's enough feedback from the community that I could see them eventually making the wings a weak point. Because, I mean, it just makes sense. Like, everybody when shooting a Dragon Roach thought that that was going to be the case. You know? And the fact that it wasn't kind of like... Everybody's like, what? Really? But I mean, even in testing, like before it came out, I remember shooting like 50 rounds of flak at it and it not dying. And I was like, that is silly. So it should absolutely be a way to take them down. It just kind of makes sense. It should take a lot of shots or a lot of like work, but it should absolutely be something that you can work towards, right? What you could do, Nixia, is for the Wombo combo, is just like go on Google and type in Wombo combo and see if a lot of players have like posted the card for the Wombo combo to see if any of their roles have the Jacob's part. You know? You know, unsure exactly, but... No, I assume a weapon like that would have a Jacobs on it. I feel like most flat-off weapons tend to have it. I've had a couple, but they've had like COV mags. Yeah. Most flat-off weapons have Jacobs parts, so I could see it, but I don't know exactly. And I don't know the weapon well enough to be able to answer your question. I think I've had like 1 or 2 drop. Where is Luna? Unfortunately, elsewhere. See the pics I posted? Maybe? You ever done random builds? Yeah, we did it for like about 2 months, and then I got burnt out from it. I did it too often. We did a lot of random builds. And I did it at a bad point in time in the game when like the game was like quite unbalanced in terms of like stratagems. So it was pretty painful. It was a pretty painful experience thinking back on it. I did not exactly enjoy myself. It'd be a lot more fun to do now. And man's got the stun pods on. Crazy. Whoa. Seizure warning. Kind of wish issue 2 had a randomizer like Deep Rock Galactic. The first game, I believe, had a randomizer. I wonder if they'll add that later on. It's one of those things that I could see them doing as like a... We're running out of ideas. Let's add this. Because whenever I see a randomizer option, it's usually being added to a game that's like been out for a while. Oh my god, I think that hunter actually ate that. He did. Wow. Impressive. Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't hear him go down. Give people extra rewards? Yeah. You just do like an either a metal bump or XP bump. Thought I could climb up that. Learn something new. Killing a ball titan with a machine gun. Oh, you never tried that? Yeah, it's very fun. You gotta use a heavy machine gun for it, for what I just did. You could just use, like, you know, the stalwart or the MG43, but you gotta aim at the stomach and it takes longer. But around 60 shots, 50, 60 shots to the head kills Ball Titan, which is pretty cool. Is it too much of an incentive, though? Like, I think the community already kind of suffers from people who, like, can barely handle tier 10 picking it because like it gives higher number. I mean, you just give them like 10% more experience or 10% more medals. You know, you don't have to do some like massive number. Like you gotta give them something, right? I don't think you should be like super stingy on that kind of system. Wow, all right. They hit my leg and I just slowed down immediately. That was awkward. Morning, pizza. How you doing? T-Rock Galactic doesn't, but people still do it. It's a choice you made, and you may suffer from it, but it's your fault. Not number go bigger. Yeah, but like very few people do it in T-Rock Galactic, and I understand that like you don't have to put something, but like I don't know. I really don't understand why not. Like you don't like just give them like 10% more experience or something like that. I think like some kind of small benefit is like whatever. I believe in Helldivers 1 you got a small bonus for doing it. If I'm not mistaken. XP would matter to the levels. 10% wouldn't really matter though. Going up every level in Helldivers is way more than 10%. But that's like a bonus challenge, right? Like, so I think that's okay to give them more experience. Just, you know, you don't give them that much. Question. Have you heard of Evolve? Yeah, of course. Everybody has. Why? What's up? The asymmetric hunters versus hunted versus hunting. Want it added for the challenge, bonus or no bonus? Okay. I mean, I don't think it really needs to be added. Like, I have no stake in the game because at the end of the day, like, if you want to do it, just use the website. Right? I don't think it really changes anything. It's cool to add, but it's, like, super low priority in my mind. How would you feel on the bug front, like on the Hive Lords, we had like an objective like evolve, but the creature is AI powered? You know, ask that question maybe 10 years when AI is actually in video games properly, I guess. I think we'll get loadouts long before something like that, probably. They added a special armor that gave you like for complete tier 10 related content. In general, the game does need more cosmetic chase for like just achieving things. It doesn't even necessarily have to be difficulty related if they don't want to do that. Just like progression related, right? You know, get 10,000 kills of bugs, get like a bug squisher like title, you know? And then you get another one at 100,000, you know? The game needs more of that kind of stuff. And it's quite sad that it doesn't have it yet. The only thing this game has as far as like cosmetic progression is like you being there for an MO. That's it. War bonds, obviously, but war bonds are like, you know, you get that along with your normal progression. I think the game should recognize more of like killing and, you know, how many missions have you done? We've talked about it before, like for MOs, like, you know, some kind of participation tracker for MOs. Like how many missions have you completed from the MO, and then you get like some kind of cosmetic or something like that that stacks up. Just because like people are always talking about like why don't people spend more time doing the MOs, and a lot of the times it's just like they'd rather go fight something else, right? They don't want to only fight bugs for the next week, you know? They don't want to get burnt out. But if you gave them some amount of like cosmetic thing, it might push them into an area of, okay, I'll play a little bit of bugs, you know? As long as you don't make the requirements too steep, I think it's fine. The problem being is if it requires like 50 mission completions per MO, that's like getting to such an extreme that people might start cheesing it and just like only doing short missions, and that creates like this weird meta and go downhill quickly. What do you think about loadouts? I worry about build variety. Oh yeah, I've said that a lot. Guess you haven't heard me talk about it. Yeah, I want loadouts for like weapons, like your primary weapons, secondary weapons, grenades, and armor, but not for stratagems. I don't think it's necessary. Picking 4 stratagems at the start of a mission is not a huge undertaking. And then on top of that, you should more or less be picking stratagems based on what your teammates are picking for some amount of synergy, right? But if you just add like loadouts for stratagems, you're gonna see so many people like instant lock particular loadouts for the stratagems and then never give a fuck about what their teammates are taking. And I don't think that's necessarily a good idea. Medals for the armor, like campaign medals, would be cool. Yeah, I mean, that was actually something we suggested when we were at Arrowhead HQ when they invited us earlier this year, was when we were talking to the lead game designer. Basically, there was a lot of conversation of wanting more cosmetic, like cosmetics for like showing what you've done, essentially. How much you participated. And one of the things that came up was, you know, think of like a North Korean general, you know, with all their medals, you know, on them. And it doesn't have to be like medals on them, like on their active Helldiver, but just like medals on the wall of their ship or something like that. You know? I can't comment on that bird tree. I agree, but that's what people enjoy. What can you do? Enjoy what? Like picking the same stratagems over and over again? Well, I argue it's a little bit of, they think they do, but they actually would actually have more fun. Dude, I just keep bouncing. Jesus, I think everyone bounced. Because of that angle, it's so shit. There we go. Like, sometimes game developers need to not listen to certain feedback because the feedback may actually hurt the game and players might not realize the psychological effects and the long-term effects of a decision. So you know how some games on purpose try to get you to try new things? Like, you know, when you play a game and there's like randomized quests and, you know, or randomized objectives and they get you to use weapons that you don't normally use. And you're like, oh, this is so annoying. But it's like, the reason why it does that is in hopes of you discovering a new way to play, which may lead you to enjoying the game in a more holistic way, right? It's the I guess it's like the idea of like your parents getting you to eat something that you don't think you want, or getting you to try something you didn't think you wanted, right? It doesn't always like work out positively, that you might just continue hating it afterwards, but I think the hope is that they at least try it, and then, you know, maybe they can discover it. Because, like, I can identify that in video games all the time. Like, I try something that I normally don't like, and then I'm like, wow, this game does it differently, and I really like it. Or just, like, Civilization. I never thought I'd like Civilization games. But I tried one, and I was like, damn, I'm fucking hooked. I love this game. But it's like, from the outside, I thought, oh, dude, Civilization games? The fuck? I don't want to play that. You guys ready? My back is already sore from carrying my buddies. How am I going to cope with my weight of all my medals? What do you thought on a melee slot? I've suggested it for some time now. I think it's the only way to really solve the melee problem in this game, because I don't think there's any way to buff a melee weapon without making it, like, grossly unrealistic to ever compete with the secondary weapons that are in that slot. Do you know what I mean? So I think a melee slot is the only way to solve that issue. They fixed the first person mode and I spent 100k in game. What's wrong with it? Sounds like it's targeting a small part of the community, though. People who would put Napalm Barrage or Quasar in their loadout are still instant locking them. Loadouts would just be convenient. Yeah, but it's only 4 clicks, right? So I don't think it's that big of a deal. For like armor and weapons, that's different. That's a lot more clicks, and it's a lot more annoying to navigate those menus. But at the end of the day, it's a co-op game, and you should incentivize co-op gameplay. And adding loadouts for like stratagems, all it's doing is incentivizing you to like instant lock your like one loadout that you always run, and then complain about not enough variety in gameplay later. You know what I mean? Like, the amount of people who do that, they come by my stream and like, how do you play this game so much? And then I just explain to them, like, as if you just continuously play this game differently from mission to mission, it doesn't feel the same. But the problem is that a lot of people don't understand that, because they find the loadout that works for them in Helldivers and they just stick with it. So incentivizing people to try new things is like huge for a game like this. And I think adding systems that do the opposite would not be a good idea, because it'd only make that problem worse, in my opinion. My other ideas were to run faster with melee. Yeah, I've thought about that as well, but I think the devs have always thought that's a bit silly, I guess. Because it's not like your carry weight changes when you have a melee weapon out. I don't think they would ever do a lifesteal mechanic, because that's too video gamey for Helldivers. Or pack and draw emote instantly pulls out your secondary. Yeah, I don't know. Just use the randomized loadout website and like chaos commands. Yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Cosmic, but this like we talk about this sometimes on stream. There is such a thing as bad quality of life. Right? Not all quality of life changes are good for a game. Because you can erode the game's like friction with quality of life, and you can erode what it feels to play the game if you go too far, right? A lot of modern games add so much quality of life that it actually adds a distinction between modern games and retro games, right? Like, think of like playing Borderlands 4. There's a lot of quality of life if you compare it to like Borderlands 1 or 2. Tons. As far as like inventory management and like being able to like send things to your bank instantly, you know, as far as like mantling on a like a cliff edge is a form of quality of life, right? Some of those I think are like perfectly fine and don't affect gameplay in Borderlands at all in that respect. But then sometimes some are like, you know, is that eroding what it means to play this game? You know, what would be an example in Borderlands games? Trying to think of like a good example in a Borderlands games where they've like added something that I think is actually like a negative quality of life to the actual Borderlands experience. I'm struggling to think of one for Borderlands, but for like other games, it's typically like fast traveling. When you can fast travel too much in a video game without any penalty or anything like that, it hurts the friction of the game because you stop experiencing the game, especially open world games, right? So like quality of life and fast travel are one and the same, right? Being able to get to the destination you want to go faster. But the thing is that it'll also change how the game feels, like from like core. If you could just like fast travel, zipping across the map, and you'll miss that like traversal, you know, and the random events that happen, or like the skyline, or just like the slower pace of the game to be appreciated, right? You know what I mean? So there's some quality of life that, you know, you want to limit. Maybe don't go too far. Like Red Dead Redemption does a pretty good job of like limiting fast travel, so it's not like crazy. So it incentivizes you to explore the world and come across random events in the game, because they've literally designed the game around random events as you're traveling across the map, right? So like they did a really good job of adding some fast travel if you're trying to get from one side of the map to the other, but they didn't do too much quality of life that it like hurt the game. I think there's a balance to be had, you know? But with all the games, the quality of life weren't possible or take up to it. That's a different discussion. Technical concerns are technical concerns. We're more talking about like fast travel, for instance, right? That's like an active decision that you put in your game. Like vaulting edges or platforms in Halo makes sense. Not so much in like an arena deathmatch shooter. I don't know about that one. I don't get that comparison. I think vaulting edges are just one of those quality of lives that there's no necessary negative. Some people would argue sliding in a game is something that is like a quality of life / like modern day expectation, but it does change how the game feels to play, because you'll go from more of like a stiff military realistic shooter to a little bit more of an arcadey vibe as soon as you add sliding. You know what I mean? I think the loadout issue is more of a balance related than a promoting ignorance. People pick those strategies because they're the most effective, because that's what players enjoy. I disagree. I think a lot of it is they think that is the most effective way to do something, and then that's what they stick with. But usually there's like 10 other options that may require a little more effort, but are like just as effective in many ways. People are just falling for the meta because it's like the path of least resistance, right? Humans love the path of least resistance, but that can erode fun from a game really fast. Because it's the idea of when you play a video game, you know, you put a bunch of effort in and you get a payoff, right? But if you don't have to put much effort in and you get a payoff, you're just gonna like keep doing that, right? But then that like payoff will subside over time, right? And you're just gonna get bored of that gameplay loop faster and faster. You need some amount of resistance, you know? The easiest way to make a game unfun is to min-max it. That's why I say the term of like, you min-max the game so hard, you only found the min. Like, I'll have to do my tier lists and stuff like that, but I'm not making my tier list in hopes that all you do is use S tier stuff. I just find it entertaining personally, and I see a lot of people, you know, like to know what's good and what's not. You know, but I think it's important to use stuff that's not always the best as well, because it's just fun. Variety. And I get it, it's the game's easier when you use the best stuff or the stuff that doesn't require as much effort, but it's also less fun. Straight up. But you have to realize that's definitely what some people do. Of course I did. That's why I realized it, because I said it. Of course I do. I'm just saying that it's a fundamental flaw if people do that. I'm trying to open people's minds rather than, you know, just accept for who they are, and that character flaw of, well, I burn out of games really fast because I play the same way all the time and I min-max the game too hard. Like, you know what I mean? There's like battles you give up on, and there's battles that I think you can actually like, you know, cause some change in. And I think that's also why Helldivers feels so unique, because it didn't do all the random bullshit that like other co-op shooters do, right? That like all feels the same. Helldivers feels unique. So, you know, I argue that like just doing what every game does because every game does it and then they expect it and then that's quality of life is not necessarily a good thing. Like, Helldivers has like a uniqueness to it. So adding all the quality of life that you would expect from other games, I don't think necessarily like helps the game. It just makes it feel like every other game. Because I just so often run into people who like don't even think about the idea of changing their loadout. And all you would be doing is like hurting those players' perspectives, because they'll never discover another loadout if you just give them a loadout to set and then they're like, well, I'm just using this. The only times they'll possibly think about it is when like a new weapon comes out, or if a clickbait YouTube video says that this is now the new best weapon. It's the same idea as with like transmog. I don't think they need to go full transmog just because every other game does it. Because it'll start to fuck with like the visual identity of the game. And I don't think it's like all positive. Because if they go like full transmog where like you can wear any armor with any like bonus, like visual customization goes up, but the world feels less believable all of a sudden. And it's like little things like that can stack up. And what kind of leads to Helldivers feeling different. Because I can look at someone's loadout. I can look at someone's armor and be like, oh, he's running that. Slippery slope. But it goes in both directions, right? It's a slippery slope in both directions. Right?
They still have this shit.
Do you conform and just become every other game, or do you have some amount of resistance and become your own kind of game? Right? Do you bend to status quo? Right? And I can appreciate that the Helldivers devs don't exactly bend to the status quo immediately. They have, over time, definitely bent to status quo. Look at all the buffing they've done. Right? How much more powerful Helldivers are. Now percent of players don't know armor passes by visuals. You'd be surprised. You'd absolutely be surprised. EG2 is already unique enough in its gameplay that it can't afford to do this stuff. It's not as unique as you think. It's actually the decisions that we've been talking about in the last little bit about like quality of life. That actually has more to do with it than you think. It's like little decisions here and there that add together. Actually, we could just do that. I asked some people on their opinion of Viper Commandos, and most of them say that you should just buy the medium armor with the peak physique perk, but I mostly wear light armor, so I don't agree with them. Okay. Nothing wrong with your opinion or theirs. But their suggestion is really good, though. Jesus. EG2 is our unique gameplay, stuff like that. How do you think, though? How do I think what? Like that it's unique? Quality of life changes can rip away its uniqueness. I mean, we just talked about that for 30 minutes. I would just be repeating myself. That's not what I meant? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I don't really follow. But like, to like just say it for anyone who like missed it, you know. Like loadouts, you know, I think, you know, loadouts are awesome for saving time when in the loadout selection process. But like, I can easily agree that your armor, weapons, like primary weapons, secondary weapons, so on and so forth, doesn't really affect your teammates. So you can kind of bring whatever, and it often takes a lot of time to choose that stuff because of like menu navigation and just in general, like, you know, choice and stuff like that. So it'd be nice to have like pre-selected ones that you could have for loadouts, right? Same with like weapon attachments and stuff like that, right? Makes sense. But you're only picking 4 stratagems, and it's a game where it's a co-op game, so you picking stratagems affects your teammates and vice versa. So you actively needing to think about what stratagems you bring, I think is important. And I think it's an integral part of the game. And if all of a sudden you bring loadouts, it will affect people's willingness to look at other people's loadouts. You know what I mean? But then also, like, it'll stop people from like choosing unique things. You know, they'll just kind of like, well, this is my loadout. Done. Bada bing, bada boom. Into the mission we go. Me using Quasar for the 100th time in a row, you know? Instead of being like, oh shit. My team has a lot of... I'm dead. Oh my god, how did I survive that? My team has a lot of AT right now. Maybe I should bring something that's like... Maybe I should bring something that's more like anti-infantry. You know, anti-chaff. How about being able to favorite stratagems? I think it mostly goes to the same spot.
I can spawn you back, but you gonna get
I think they just need to organize them a little bit better rather than having to favorite. Because I think favoriting more or less brings us to the same result as loadouts. The ones that you always pick will just be at the top, so then you're more likely to pick the exact same stuff and not care about what your teammates are bringing. You're gonna instant lock your stuff. But I do think they could, like, organize it better. Like, make it easier to understand. Like, backpacks fit all together. Like, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, all the backpacks. All the support weapons. All the turrets, you know, just keeping it more separated. The mines get their own spot. Because right now, it's just a little jumble because they just do it based on color coding. And I don't think that's enough categorization where you'll get lost looking for a particular stratagem. Like, they definitely improve things when they organize them better. There's no doubt. The organization helped a lot. At least in my opinion, it helped a lot. But that being said, this gotta die and then I can deal with that. Nice. Second one should kill him. Yeah, I can absolutely agree that it's a clutter problem. Like, it's gonna get worse over time. And that's what I mean. I think they do need to start like having more subcategories available for people to see. What should be the next big addition to the game? I think some amount of customization as far as the visuals on armor. At least being able to adjust like paint schemes. Similar to like Destiny 2 shaders. At least. I think that would be a big one. Another one for the endgame loop would just be more ways to spend samples. We're in kind of a position where you get to a point in the game where samples stop mattering. And that really shouldn't be the case. They won't matter as much as when you first level up at any point, I'm sure. Because they can't do like infinite ship upgrades, I'm sure. But, you know, having some kind of like way to spend them into the future. That's also where visuals can come in. Like, you know, let's say you have an armor that you really like, but you want to change the color of it. Spend some samples. More achievements would be nice. That's what I was talking about earlier with cosmetics based on what you have achieved. I don't necessarily want like niche achievements where you have to do this very specific thing with this very specific thing and do it on this specific enemy type. Fuck that. But like progression based achievements, right? Participate in this many of this many of that, kill this many of this, use this weapon this much, and then maybe you get like a unique shader for that weapon, or you get you know, a unique title, a new cape, stuff like that. Darktide comes to mind. The penance system. It's actually a really good way to show progress in the game. Hey, are you using the armor for better throwing? No. This is just medic armor. This is my ship. Oh, shit. I like D2 shaders. I think D2 shaders is a bit too far from where I was going with. Because then you can start, like, individually painting yourself, and then you can go, like, full crayon diver. And that's definitely a choice if the dev decides to go in that direction, right? If they allow you to go full crayon diver. And I don't know if that's a good idea for this game. Is Canada in a weird spot seeing Stroll ahead of Alonso in points? Is that actually the case? Is Stroll actually ahead of Alonso? I don't pay attention to Aston Martin, really. I think Alonso's had some bad races with retirements, right? I guess Stroll got really lucky on that one race where he stayed out, I think. He stayed out on wets. What race was that? I don't remember. And he placed pretty well. I'm assuming that's where... I think he got like, what, a 4th or 5th place?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Morning streamers / gamers Maple you hell drivers.
Good morning, Pineapple. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you, dude. How are you? Appreciate you very much. Thank you, brother. Hey, Benzie. Thank you for the tier 2 pineapple. Sorry, I almost missed that. So kind. Enjoying that September discounts. I think it's the last day for September. It might have actually already ended. Stroll's on 32 points. Alonso's on 30. That's crazy. I mean... Oh. Why are we on the edge of the map? What is happening on this mission? A lot of death. Did they clear that? I don't think they did. That is wild, especially since Stroll gets dogged on so much. But I'm sure the contest is more like Alonso's just had some very unlucky races, either due to pit stop problems, car malfunctions. Surprised you're not in New Zealand to play Yote. Do you get to play early if you're in fucking New Zealand? I thought it was just an international same time everywhere. Is it actually different? Crazy. It's so annoying that they don't change that, man. I don't understand why they haven't, like, the games industry hasn't, like, done anything to stop that. Like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. I've never properly understood why they, like, never, like, done anything about it. Because it's not like it's, like, it would be hard to just do one time zone. Xbox changed that a while ago? Gotcha. Well, that's good. Yeah, I guess it is mostly just a PlayStation issue at this point, isn't it? Just PlayStation doesn't give a fuck. It's so annoying. Hi, Annie. How you feeling, sweetie? The super credits being held so the player's research upon acquisition or when you exit. Game crash. When you pick up the super credits, you get them. You get them immediately on pickup. Nice, you are? No worries. Have it up. Send you something? Going, looking. I don't know exactly what I'm looking at, but I have some guesses. But I'd rather not talk about it on stream, I guess. By the way, the vote lists are force-fed E7-Eleven. They have to eat 7-Eleven fast food? Oh my god. Gas station sushi? That's why they became vote lists. I couldn't tell the difference between bringing and not bringing a vitality booster. It's about a 10% DR difference. If you're wearing light armor, it'll be harder to tell. Do you guys know what buffalo hump is on a human body? What the hell's a buffalo hump? Sue's told my girlfriend she's going to have that. I think he's mean that. Such an insult. I don't understand, right? Anyway, you give us more context? Like, she has a buffalo hump? What is it? Where is it? Like, we don't know what you're talking about, eh? Build up a fat tissue at the base of the neck and upper back. Weird. Okay, I'm trying to visualize that. And the masseuse told her that she had a buffalo hump. Damn, that's kind of crazy. Oh no, I'm stuck on the ground. No! What? Aw, I think I got out of that menu too fast. My foot's stuck. My foot's stuck. It's like in the movies. Guess what they told me? What'd they tell you? Oh, that she will have it. Oh, that's not that bad then. You tense the neck. Too much stress. Relax. Mm-hmm. 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 Rest more. You need to sleep. Mm-hmm. I wonder who also has said that a lot to you. That's crazy. It's a very wise masseuse. Hello, Mr. Shawarma. Someone who's not qualified. What do you think a masseuse is qualified for? You don't need to be qualified to know that someone's not getting enough sleep and is constantly stressed. Are they going to a different one? No, they're not. Okay. Just always gotta check, man, or else it'll bug out. Gotta be careful. She kept telling me to relax. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Annie. I know you well enough that, like, you are a very tense person. Very anxious and stressed, and you do not get a lot of sleep. You don't need to be a masseuse to know all that information. What? I think it's broken. Someone else needs to do a drill, I think. Man, this mission is so cursed. If you've had a lot of people join and leave the mission, it's so cursed. The mission works just fine if your team doesn't have like a lot of leavers and like host migrations, but as soon as your mission has a lot of host migrations, it breaks so fast. He was able to interact with it, yeah. It breaks so fast. It's very annoying. Damn, good shot with the ultimatum. Does everybody on this team just have an ultimatum? God damn. What determines how long breaches drops last? I believe it's the heat map mechanic. So like being in vicinity of like objectives, how long it's been since the last one, difficulty. Probably tell her I'm stressed and relaxed and that I'm about to have a buffalo hump. Now she freaked out saying, what the fuck is a buffalo hump in the hotel room? Oh no. See, this is where you learn that that masseuse is partnered with like the cosmetic surgery side of Korea. And they do that on purpose to drive business for stuff to be done. Does Confusion Booster affect the length? It affects the timer. I don't believe it affects the length. So it extends the timer between bug breaches and stuff by 30 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, as it's set right now. I did what you said to do yesterday. The sound is what's killing the game. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's not killing my game, buddy. Sorry to hear that's doing that for you. It's employed by Big Cosmetic to sell beautification cream, yeah. What is this guy doing, bro? You good, dude? For someone that is already perfect, I don't get the beauty shreds. Jesus. See? Ego much? Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, dum. Dum, 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 dum. Semi-prepaid Visa, please. I should be asking that from you, Annie. Careful with those Korean skincare products, Annie. There's not nearly as much regulation on them. So they can be more harmful. I'm broke, that's why it works, Maple. It's strong as fuck. Yeah, but it's also strong as fuck. It can do great harm to your skin. And it's not regulated as much. Remember what happened last time? You put that stuff on your face and it like burned your face and you got like super afraid? All I'm saying is be careful. Because I'm the person that's going to have to deal with a very anxious and scared Annie when you put too much on or the wrong product and things go sideways. And then I was like, oh, do they have American brand Botox? It lasts longer. And she's like, so I told her to go back to that place and ask for more in her bunny lines and forehead. Jesus. I don't even know what the fuck that means. What did the doctor say, Annie? What are bunny lines? I have no idea. No idea. That's hopefully Annie kind of answers. This is corn? Yeah, this is corn. No, please be patient. Please wait. You just got it in less than 24 hours, and those will not fix the wrinkles. Too much. You need... Too much. You don't need so much. Good. Smart doctor. You don't need it at all, Annie. That's what they should be saying, but they get money, so they're not saying it to you. It's when you raise your nose like a bunny, those little bridge. I don't even understand those wrinkles. Thank you, Drover. We're getting some interesting energy here. How the fuck do you raise your nose? I have no idea. This is one of those situations of the beauty care industry where I'm just like, they're just making up bullshit to convince women to, and some men, to buy bullshit. She got it on the entire face? Oh my god. Well, I'm glad you didn't, Annie. You don't eat it. Scrunch your face up. Like that? Like that? Like... But why the fuck would you give a shit about those wrinkles? Fecal plastic surgery must be dope. Cutting out people for non-essential things and getting rich from it. Crazy bunny lines, man. Yeah, I think I need some Botox, brothers. Chat, I think we're gonna start a Botox fund. Did I play Alien Fire Emily? Nah. I was curious about it, but never played. I feel like I missed the boat on that one. The Mar-a-Lago phase. Crazy. Effing Destiny game is $200. Why Destiny when you get your entire face Botox? I mean, the difference there is that Destiny is not $200 unless you get like multiple years worth of experience. You don't need to buy $200 of it. And finally, at least with fucking Destiny, you own that stuff until Steam shuts down. With Botox, that shit only lasts a couple months. No, so the good Botox is a year. Wow, only a year? But it's probably much more expensive, too. Fat melting shots. Oh god. That's gonna fuck up her body. Don't worry, you didn't miss much with Fireteam. I mean, it looked like a cool game. I regret not playing it when it came out. I like that universe. I like the Aliens universe, so yeah. But I just feel like it's kind of a little too late. I don't really feel like jumping in. If I'm not mistaken, they stopped updating it, right? I like it as well. It's like a 7 out of 10 game because the DLC. Cool. Yeah, I never got like glowing reviews from it, so I think that's another reason I never played it. But it looked fun enough that like if I could convince some friends to play it, I feel like it could be a good time. Also, so many foreigners come here for all things plastic surgery. People were wrapped in bandages is the norm. That's crazy. The only cosmetic surgery I've ever thought of getting is like my eyes. Getting my eye, like getting laser surgery. That's the only thing I've ever thought about. It's crazy to me to hear of that. Like people do so much work done. I think if I started to lose my hair, I think I would think about like getting like, you know, trying to do something about losing my hair. I understand that one. My cousin and my uncle have gone to Turkey to get their hair, you know, fixed up. They got a hair transplant. I mean, I call it cosmetic surgery because it's, you know, laser eye surgery. It's just it's to correct my eyesight, right? Is that cosmetic or that kind of something else? Maybe I'm. Am I being? Is that the wrong? Am I thinking about it wrong? You do have impressive hair. I think my hair is all right. It's a little thin. I wish it was thicker. Nah, not cosmetic. Is that not cosmetic? Oh, whatever. Corrective. Ah, that's right. They do call it corrective, don't they? Ah, yes. My mistake. What are you doing? Start air quality. Corrective. Studio behind Fireteam is supposedly working on Fireteam 2. Cool. That's cool. I would definitely play Fireteam. I would try Fireteam 2. Especially now that I stream this genre of game. You'll expect me to basically play any similar type of game to Helldivers. You know? I've kind of put myself in a position as a streamer that like any PvE first or third person game, I'll probably be playing. I'll definitely be branching out to other games, obviously, but you can kind of expect me to jump into those kind of that genre of game. Want a good Aliens game? That'd be cool. Yeah, I'm very surprised to hear that, Vash, that Greece and Italy have more corrective surgery than like Turkey. At least in North America, you hear a lot about people going to, especially Turkey, for corrective surgery. Sorry, not corrective surgery, cosmetic surgery. So that's very surprising to me to hear Greece and Italy. Europeans, have you guys heard of that? Is that like a European thing that Europeans go to Greece and Turkey and, you know, Americans and Canadians go to Turkey? Like, is that a thing? Like, what have you guys heard? That was 2010, so some of the data might be out of date. Oh yeah, that might just be really outdated. Because I only started hearing about Turkey as a corrective surgery place in the last couple of years, I swear. Maybe like the last 3-4 years I've started hearing about Turkey. I hear it's cheaper in Turkey, but I wouldn't trust them. Yeah, I've heard similar concerns about people that go to Turkey. I live in Turkey. Ask me anything. Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay, so Chuck. When you see people coming for like corrective surgery, is it like, you know, just like one part of the world, like North America, or is it like people all over Europe as well? I'm not Turkish though. Oh, that's, I mean, fair enough. I mean, you just need to live there. I mean, you're just looking around. It's everywhere. I'm asking the expert, Annie. I'm asking the expert. Oh, you know something I have thought about? Whitening my teeth. I have thought about that. Literally at the airport, taking notes on people coming for corrective surgery. Imagine. From everywhere. People from Turkey go to Kosovo, Eastern Europe. Is that because it's even cheaper in Kosovo, Eastern Europe? Get veneers? I don't think I get veneers. That sounds incredibly painful and kind of fucked. I never liked the idea of it. That's crazy, Chuck. The Balkans are a different dimension. Oh, I'm well aware that the Balkans are definitely like, you know, not Europe anymore. You're not in Kansas anymore, you know? You have good teeth? I have an alright teeth. The way Annie talks about her teeth makes me think that I need to whiten my teeth, I'll be honest. I get a little self-conscious. I just skimmed through an international report for 2024. Oh yeah? Is the whitening bad for enamel? I don't know. I'm not sure. I've never looked into it, so I'm not sure. I have Zoom whiten. I don't know what that means. Like you go on a Zoom call and they whiten your teeth? Like, what the hell's Zoom whiten? How do you get the Zoom meeting software of whitening your teeth? Oh, you're making the same fucking joke as me. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's wild to me. I don't know. What is Zoom white? Is that like a brand? Bunch of jokers in here. We like a good bad joke. Annie instead of explaining just links it. Okay, classic. What is this? What do you know about Zoom teeth whitening? How it works. There are types of Zoom treatments. LED lights. LED lamp 45 minutes. 2 at-home operations utilize trays filled with whitening gel that can be whiten your teeth in 2 weeks. Okay. So it seems like there's a couple different ones. Oh, I'm well aware, Annie. That's what makes me self-conscious of mine. Okay, in 2024, by numbers, Brazil's #1, US is #2, and I had to Google the South Korean number would be 3. Gotcha. So where's Turkey on that list? From the way people talk about Turkey is that it's fucking everybody goes to Turkey. But I wasn't aware that Brazil had so much. Turkey is 8th. That's crazy. So I guess it's just like it's in our language and we just meme on it, but Turkey's actually not that popular of a destination. Reported procedures. That's fair. That's fair. Could be unreported stuff. Yeah. Certain laws in that country might require them to report things versus other countries that might not. What if I told you I'm Brazilian? You're Brazilian living in Turkey. Do you work in the cosmetics industry? Are you a surgeon? Chuck. We're getting a lot of lore here. I'm starting to connect the dots. You moved to Turkey so you could do Brazilian butt lifts. I'm starting to learn. Not at all. I guess I'm raw career path. I mean, apparently, if you're Brazilian, you have to be an expert in Brazilian butt lifts, and you need to move to Turkey. That's the right spot to be. I don't get why wouldn't get the Brazilian butt lifts. That's crazy. I don't get why. Annie, what? You are trying to trigger my dyslexia. What the hell are you trying to say right there? Like, why do people get a Brazilian butt lift? Is that what you're trying to say? But shape is better than size? Vash, that is some absolute based commentary right there. Bait. Oh, absolutely. Shape supersedes size. Mm-hmm. Agreed. That's a smart man right there. You can die from a BBL? What? How? Well, I guess you can die from any surgery, so. Died from BBL. Taking or receiving? Sorry. The joke was sitting right there. If you visit Turkey, Annie, I'm 100% sure prices in Turkey blow your mind. Yeah, I think that's why a lot of people go to Turkey, right? It's just so fucking cheap. Do squats. Ladies love a guy with a nice butt. Hell yeah. My lawyer said I shouldn't answer. Got your lawyer sitting next to you? That's awesome. But yes, I agree. Shape is more important than size. Is this lawyer in the room with us now? They are like the boogeymen, aren't they? flag. Does the flag have health? I've been unable to pick it up sometimes. I don't know. I don't bring the flag enough to be able to comment on that. Also, the one true flag getting a speaker dog backpack to blast some, like, Taylor Swift? That'd be sick. That'd be a great mod. No, you're fine, Cosmic. Still no MO. I will say I'm a bit surprised. I kind of figured by now we'd have it. Maybe in the next couple hours. Maybe I'm feeling a little bit too early. Do you think Super Citizen Edition gets BBLs? I bet Super Citizens do get BBLs. Freedom lifts? Butt lifts? Mm-hmm. Cooking a good one up. I would assume it's going to be very Gloom related. Like, I just wonder if it's going to be just the Hive world, or it's going to be like Hive world plus Gloom. Maybe it was meant for bots. I mean, this last one basically said, hey, we're upgrading the DSS so we can go into the Gloom. So I don't think it was meant to be bots again. But I do hope that they avoid doing a bot MO until it's fixed. And if they... I might actually just go message them and say, like, hey, I would not recommend a bot MO until everything's done. Because, like, there's a lot of people that still don't know that, like, bot missions are a huge problem at the moment. So... like that would be a really bad idea if they decided to do a bot MO. Like a really bad idea. Just gotta hear why. There's an audio bug when playing bots. The majority of players get after a small amount of time playing on bots. And once you get the audio bug, it will continuously get worse. And it will like pause and freeze your game. You'll lose audio. It's pretty unplayable at certain points. And if you don't restart your game pretty regularly, you'll keep getting it. But if you play on the other fronts, I haven't gotten it once. But if I go play bots now, within like a couple games, I'll probably have the audio bug happen. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you for repeating yourself, no worries. I'm still surprised they put the extra mech on the bot planet. Sure, the SMO. Yeah, bit weird. Not gonna lie, bit weird. When are you updating to Windows 11? Probably somewhat soon. I'll probably worry about that after the month of October. There's too much shit going on in October. I don't want to fuck around with my computer like that. Did we learn what getting the bot planet did? It gave us a bonus stratagem for the next MO. After the conversation I had when we first saw the MO, I ended up messaging the community manager and Mitchimus and asking him, hey, what the hell is this? Is this a new like stratagem? And they ended up saying, no, it's not. And I was like, yo, you really should clarify that. If you don't clarify that, it will spiral out of control and people are going to get their hopes up and then they're going to be very angry when they don't get some new stratagem or like new mech. It's very easy to read that dispatch and be like, oh, upgrade. Pretty much you have to, no choice regarding Windows 11. Well, I mean, I could keep using Windows 10, but it will get outdated over time. And I have no problem eventually going to Windows 11. I just need to find like a slimmed down version of it. We literally had this conversation with the boys. One of them thought it was a new stratagem. Yeah. As soon as I fell for it, I was like, oh, fuck. If I'm falling for it, dude, the community's going to go insane. Right? Like, I'm usually the person that's like, yo, chill. You know, we don't know. But I was, like, pretty convinced. Like, I think it's a new stratagem. So, yeah, not good. Not good. Luckily, Mitchimus totally understood where I was coming from and convinced Joel to swap it, which I was quite happy about, and I think they were too. Averted some amount of disaster with that choice. Fell off to me because like the last time we got something new, it was a major order. It's usually spurred on in majors. There's a lot of people who are saying, well, they weren't specific, so maybe it's not actually an upgrade. But sometimes they're not specific at first, and then they become more specific in a later MO. So, anyways, I'm glad that they clarified it, so it didn't become this big issue. Because boy, did I see it becoming an issue. Really hope we get an APC. Hopefully at some point. I would assume that would be the next free stratagem, would be my guess. I don't think they would lock that one behind a war bond, personally. I think that'd be a bit silly. I would not... like, if I saw that and I could give them feedback before they release it, I would 100% tell them, don't put it as far as a war bond. That should be something that the community gets in general. Similar to the FRV. Because I can see a lot of people with ruffled feathers over like the APC not being something that's just added to the game. I think we'll get a stratagem for Liberty Day. Like I said, you know, a couple weeks ago, we are 100% due for a new free stratagem. The last one we got was the grenade launcher wall. And that was, you know, a couple months ago, right? 4 or 5 months ago. So we are due for another one. What map? What do you mean? You mean like what planet? We're currently on Turing. Do you think gas toxic attacks from bugs should do less damage if you're wearing the hazmat armor? You mean acid armor or acid attacks? I mean, we have acid armor damage resistance. Acid and corrosive gas are different, though. The game kind of makes that clear. One is called acid, one is called gas. All right, so we have armor that does or takes less acid damage. So do I think gas needs to also do that? No, it's okay. They're making the two very distinct, which kind of leads to me to believe that maybe one day we'll get an acid-related stratagem, maybe? Or grenade, or something like that. Feel kind of bad. There is demand for a free stratagem, though. I'm like already thankful the game is like financially friendly as it is. No, I think it's okay. I think free stratagems are a good idea to bring people back into the game without making them spend money or grind super credits. Especially when it's something like, you know, an FRV. I think the occasional like stratagem that's free, I think is a very good way to, you know, good PR move and a good way to bring people back to the game. Especially when it's quite unique. I was a bit hesitant when they started adding stratagems to war bonds, but I believe it's fine the way they're doing it. Luckily, the price of war bonds hasn't gone up. You can still grind super credits very effectively, you know. And, you know, that being said, they don't go away. So, you know, if you want to avoid it for now and maybe grab it later, that's always an option. Speaking of customization, I can't wait for the secondary customization. If they do it, I feel like secondary customization might be very limited, though. Because there's so many unique secondaries that they might avoid it. Like, they might just do sites for a lot of them. Because there's so many unique ones that they'd have to, like, essentially design all new things for it. Wouldn't be an easy upgrade. Because that's more or less what they did for the primary weapons, right? A lot of the primary weapons are like, are essentially just like, you know, iterations on themselves, right? But like even like one free strat a year is good. Every few months, I don't know. I think people just got used to, obviously we got, like in the first year, we got heavy machine gun, we got the mech, we got, actually both mechs, heavy machine gun, we got Quasar, we got airburst rocket launcher, we got anti-tank mines, we got gas mines, orbital napalm barrage, FRV, trying to think if there's anyone else. Thank you, Wayne, for the sub. Appreciate it, brother. Welcome to the stream and thank you for the prime. Hey, new to the game. Prepare for stupid questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question, just stupid answers. So I think people just got accustomed to them adding so many free stratagems at the beginning of the game that the second year there's been a lot less free stratagems, and they've been, what I'd probably believe is that the second year has been a lot of paid stratagems, aka stratagems that, you know, because more or less I think the Helldiver devs are like designing stratagems, adding those stratagems, and then choosing when to release them, Warbond or like part of an MO. So you think it's too late to go back? No. I think they might just be like kind of testing the waters, right? If people revolted against like Warbonds having stratagems, I think people would have like cared, or like they would have changed their tune. Because like Helldivers is always listening. Like people get on Helldivers' case for like not listening and not doing things, but like I've never seen a dev change their game this much in such a small amount of time. Never seen a game do it. Like I've seen games change their mind and like, you know, tune differently. Like Path of Exile most recently has been changing some things because of player feedback, but not as much as Helldivers. Like Helldivers is like fundamentally changed their approach at like so many different things due to feedback. So they're always listening and watching. And I think to some extent they're just testing the waters to see like, you know, people want war bonds that are more interesting. Well, okay, let's start putting interesting stratagems in them. And I think most people are okay with that being the case because super credits are very reasonable to get, you know? So anyways, it was heavy machine gun, airburst rocket launcher, commando. That was also added. Wasp. Let's get a finger count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and that's it. So there's been 13 free stratagems added to the game in the year and a half they've had the game. I played HG2 2 days ago for the first time in a year. Didn't notice much of a difference, to be honest. interesting. I don't know what to say. Because as someone who's played it all the way through, there's been sweeping changes. 13 free about 1 a month, yeah. It was more than that. The last 6 months or so, we haven't received any. Because I think the last one we got was the grenade launcher wall, and that was added... What was that, like March, I think? What exactly changed? Well, 13 stratagems got added. A fuckload of war bonds have been added. Fundamentally, how they balance Helldivers, our weapons, and stratagems. On average, all of our stratagems are about twice as powerful as they originally were when we first came out. Our weapons are almost twice as powerful, like our primary weapons, as when we first came out. Enemy variety and enemy, like enemies in general, have changed a fuckload since it's come out. Think about all the new enemies we've received, right? From every strain. Samurai, I'll be honest. Did you have your eyes closed? There's been a fuckload changed in this game. Both from just like added content, but also just like fundamentally how the game is approached. 2U is also bringing up a good point. Helldivers, when it first came out, individually as a soldier, you were a lot weaker and required more like team play. And now, as an individual soldier in Helldivers, you by yourself are a lot more powerful. You know, you can feel more powerful by yourself rather than needing a team. Mr. Maple, is the easier difficulties relaxed or is it equally chaotic? How chaotic a mission looks is based on how good you are at the game. And going down in difficulty makes it less chaotic. What I recommend as far as like finding the difficulty step that you would best fit you is start low. If you find it boring, go to the next tier. If it starts to get too chaotic, maybe just stick there for a bit. You'll get more used to it. You'll get better at it. And then eventually that'll get boring. Go to the next. And it's just a step ladder, right? You'll eventually get to that point where it stops being fun when you turn up the difficulty. Bit random, but did you know the pineapple grenade can launch the car like 30 meters in the air? Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the Strider, the War Strider do it. Because this War Strider has like 10 grenades. It's pretty funny. I think stratagem is a big ass. They should be like game changing in their like effect. The reason a free one every few months sounds like a lot, especially when the game we're on to sell. Yeah. I think there's like a combination. They can't put all stratagems in war bonds because when someone comes back to the game, they're going to be like, well, what's been added? Right. And then they're just going to look at the cash shop and be like, oh, all these microtransactions have been added. Right. So someone could sour their perception of the game really fast if nothing new has been added for like someone who's been away for a while, you know? And like adding new variety of like enemies and planets and stuff like that is awesome and that's good, but you got to give something to the player like for them to use new toys. Yeah, it's a little bit of as we like to say, there's a balance I think they need to find. So as of right now, they might be going a little too slow with free stratagems. But, you know, if let's say we got a free stratagem for, you know, Liberty Day, I think that's fair. Like every 6 months or so, a free stratagem comes around. Especially if it's more like impactful, like an APC would be. You know, because you could argue a lot of the free stratagems we got last year are like, eh. You know, you're not going... Wait, am I on a bot planet? Oh my god, I got kidnapped. car is fine. The car takes damage in that situation. But the thing is that the car has so much health that it's fine, quote unquote. One of these days, people will realize the Grenadier emplacement is cracked. Dude, I'm trying my best, Great Day, to convince people that it's nuts. It's hard to convince people. It really is. People don't know the way of the wall. If you set that thing up in a good spot, it's cracked. Like, it's good. Is 25K the most expensive price for something? Like, credits wise? Like yellow slips? Yeah. That is the most expensive, yes.
Madre mía.
Yo, Ray.
Oh, shit. What the hell?
I can hear everything you're doing in your room.
Ha entrado ahí un random
My
gringo.
friend is eating pan con queso.
Well, I can hear it.
Pan con atún con pan.
Yeah. These fuckers are.
No understand, no understand.
Is it better than another emplacement? For killing, like, chaff enemies? No. Or, yes. Sorry. It is better than, like, machine gun emplacement, for instance.
Take more gas for it.
Open mic handies, yep. We'll listen to them a bit. Let me turn them down, though. That guy is crazy loud. That guy just yawned, like, full volume into the mic. Not a care in the world. Does peak fatigue still make them better? I don't believe it's ever made them better. It's just like, it was one of those myths that people thought it did, but it never actually did.
Oh my god. Listo, chavales.
I can't recover my equipment.
Yeah, people believed that peak physique affected emplacements, and I remember testing it, and it never did anything. People were, I think people were either baited by, I think the wiki was saying it, or someone else was. I can't remember who it was. I hate people.
Bueno, pues,
Why do you hate people?
Que le diga a este muchacho que estamos en directo en Bootbuster, que se pase por el canal, que deje su like, que disfrute de...
How was the mission so quick? I joined one in progress. It happens sometimes when you're quick playing.
Stop spamming, bro. No. It's no. We are at 10.
Lazy Sniper, what is wrong? They're just a bunch of friends playing video games together. It's okay.
Salute.
They don't mind it, and they're just talking to one another. It's fun.
Si
I could just mute him if I don't want to listen, or just turn him down. How you going, Vash?
Eso sí, las kills no se dice nada, 680 antes, 500 y pico ahora. No bajo de ahí. Es que está hábil de lanzallamas en la polla.
Exterminando exterminidos.
$150 is max level, yeah. But after level 25, Wayne, it doesn't matter anymore. Because at that point, you can unlock everything in the game. And you'll get to 25 pretty fast. Getting past that, it's just cosmetic. You get titles. So, don't worry so much about levels. Levels don't really matter. It's just a way to more or less express how much you've played the game, you know?
Un Jerry. Sí, tío, un puto Jerry. Tenemos un Jerry.
Jerry, hijo de puta.
Espera. Esperar un momentito, por favor.
Dale, dale. Te maldigo, influenza.
Yeah, it's a sample and metal grind after level 25.
No, es una misión normal.
That'll suck up the most of your time.
Sí, va a pasar. Venga, pues...
I want to suggest medals for armor again. Medals on armor? Mm-hmm. Would be cool. Or at least just put them on your ship somewhere to display your achievements.
Dale al ready, Daco. Es que estás ahí.
Hala, vale, está. Ya.
Ah, ok.
Like, imagine, like, every 100,000 experience you've gained in the game, you get, like, some kind of, like, you know, visual indication of it on your ship. Like a trophy box? Yeah, like something like that. To show your achievements, you know? I think that'd be really cool.
Oh shit!
Buena.
How do people get that yellow and white armor? Which yellow and white armor? Is someone wearing it in this game? I'm trying to look at my teammates. I don't see yellow and white armor. Which yellow and white armor?
Se cierra en un instante. Váyanse. No hay bicho en pie ahí,
Bueno, quedan por ahora esa brecha sigue abierta.
Fire.
This guy's having a good time.
Salir de aquí.
I like these guys.
Refuerzan ahí.
I think he means light medic armor? I don't know. He said yellow and white. He might mean the eagle armor? Like the gold armor?
No, y otro vaso.
Trying to game someone was wearing it. It's like blue and white armor you get from the pre-order, but instead it's yellow. Oh, yeah. It was given out as just like a free armor about this time last year, actually. I'm not sure if it's gonna come back. So I don't know if it's something that's like coming or I don't know how you're supposed to get it now. I'll be honest. I don't know. Long story short, I'm not sure.
No, esto no es mío.
No, eso es mío.
Las llamas. Las muestritas. Ahí está.
They gave one of the pre-order armors away? No. No. What he's explaining is there's the blue and white armor that's pre-order armor, but then there's another armor that's yellow and white. He was wondering where that came from. And that yellow and white armor looks very similar to the pre-order armor. It's just a different color. And they gave that out as part of the Escalation of Freedom update. I believe it was Escalation of Freedom. As long as you were just like playing the game back then, you got it. I would assume at some point it'll probably come back, but I'm unsure. It has white in it? Yeah, there's white on it. Once again, it's like the blue and white armor, but there's yellow instead of blue.
Ese misil 380 me rozó. Quedó uno, creo.
My man just fucking slurped.
Tínale. Eso. Vamos.
Listo.
Escucho recular.
Veo la antena.
Estación.
That is black and yellow. It has white on it. I think there's black accents, but I think you would notice more of the white. Hello, I just came here to say, I just want to say, good way to tell people to make their PC performance responsive is referring to the optimization guide. Sure. Lots of guides online. Just getting to viewers, an Escalation of Freedom live stream. Yeah. You got it from watching the Steam live stream. And then I think PlayStation players got it like a couple months later, if I'm not mistaken. They're doing that over there. Nice. Oh my god. He knocked me over and I almost finished my stratagem.
Veo.
380 on that breach, careful.
Ya.
Listo.
Where'd it go? I just threw it. The fuck? Weird. Wait. Oh my god. Wait, what? I just threw 2 down apparently. It like didn't show up for me. I thought I didn't throw it. But it like disappeared.
Paquete soltando paquete.
Miserables.
What? What? Dude, what are my recoils is doing right now? Ah, it bounced. I saw it. Hit the handle. Wait, it bounced and then landed on the leg. That's funny. Is there a way to measure ping? No. And it also doesn't really matter too much just because it's a peer-to-peer game. There is, like, ping as far as the network stats, but that's ping to the Helldiver's handshake server, not to an actual like player that you're connecting to. But no, nothing right there was lag. That was me just slightly missing my shots.
Falta uno, ¿no? Falta uno, sí.
If you have turbo, you can. What are you talking about? What?
De bañarse hace ratito vos.
Oh, you're talking about pause rewind. If you're a sub or have Twitch turbo, you can get it. I managed to find the setting in my settings. It's not on by default, apparently, or for some reason it got turned off because I think I had it on, and then I didn't change anything. You know, then it got turned off. So yeah, you either use Twitch Turbo or you sub to the channel, and you can instantly rewind. It was activated like last week, but then for some reason Twitch seems to have defaulted it off for some people, or at least for me, which is kind of weird. I think it defaulted off because I got a copyright warning on my VOD, and I didn't realize it turned it off. I think that's what happens. I had a copyright warning because I think we were watching some trailers and it had music in it. I've had turbo for years, but I saw them go notification a couple days ago. Yeah, they only enabled this new setting a couple days ago. One of my biggest gripes with Twitch. Anyone know when we get higher bitrate? I don't think they're going to be raising the bitrate levels. They're just going to be making it more efficient. Which is fair enough. I have been thinking about trying to push the bitrate higher and see if Twitch will allow it. Maybe next stream I'll try that. It's not higher bit rates though, Gustu. So they're trying out 1440p with AV1 encoding, which is basically just a more efficient way of sending data, encoding it and decoding it. But that being said, they haven't increased the bitrate limits for 1440p. Currently, the only way to use AV1 is to use this new like multi encoding setup for OBS, and it's basically the encoding is done on the streaming side, the streamer side, and then it's sent to Twitch, and then Twitch takes that data and then spreads it out. But you can max out a 20k bitrate, but that 20k is split between all the different resolutions. Not just... Oh shit, I'm out of ammo. So it's a bit weird. I am hoping to do like proper 1440p streaming with like a proper bitrate, but at the moment, if you guys want a higher bitrate stream, check out my YouTube stream. The YouTube stream will have much higher quality over there. I can stream at 1440p at 1500 bitrate. Actually, I think, am I streaming at 1440p? I might not be streaming at 1440p. It might still be 1080. I think it's still 1080. It's 1080 at 1500 bitrate. But it will be 1440p once I get partnered with YouTube on the second channel. I can't stream at 1440p unless I'm partnered, I'm pretty sure. Why are you being so obnoxious?
Mucho cerca.
Where the hell did I just hit that shot? It must have deflected. That's crazy. I thought for sure I hit my shot there. How do you guys feel about having to build for mega holes? You don't have to build for mega holes unless you're doing tier 10 like hive world missions. Like even the most basic loadout can deal with the mega hole on bugs. Like basically you could like close your eyes and randomly pick a loadout and you'll be able to pick a or take care of a bug hole by itself. Now there is a discussion on like mega holes on like hive worlds, but it's not that bad. There's quite a few things that can deal with it, and if you don't have anything, you can just have the enemy kill it. They probably should add some kind of system where like more things can destroy it, but at the same time, like I don't know, or like put a hole above the mega nest so you can call in a stratagem for it. I don't know. Don't you need an orbital? No. So if you just have an extra stratagem like autocannon, turret, resupply, like support weapon, backpack, just throw it right next to it. It'll blow it up. Yeah, I mean, an AEC mech can't do it, but that's because it doesn't have enough durable damage or destruction damage. You have managed to find one of the exceptions. But just throw, like, a hell pod at it. Large explosions like 500 kg, 380, 110 millimeter rocket podge, napalm, eagle airstrike, ultimatum. I do wish dynamite could do it. It would kind of make sense. Do you think worlds with two factions present fighting through a battle would ever happen? I think the devs have heard a lot of people asking for it, that they probably will do it at some point. But I just don't know if it'll be fun. I have my doubts about how good that experience would be. I think in theory it sounds really cool, but I don't know how interesting it actually would be. After like the first week, you know, I don't know how fun it would be. You know what I mean? Like the novelty I think could wear off really fast and it, you know, might not be super fun in the long run. Like it sounds really cool, don't get me wrong, but you know, how's the gameplay from it, right? Is it fun? Is it like too easy because the enemies are just fighting each other? You know? I don't know. I think like it would be really cool to watch.
Mierda, ¿y eso muestra qué? No llego ahí. No llego donde las muestras.
Did they have ultimate factions in issue 1? I'm not sure. But they've said the reason why it's not here is more for technical concerns.
poquito de gas.
Kind of want to resupply.
Y ahora te bañamos de fuego.
Like the idea of it, but in reality, I'd probably end up like being two random patrols occasionally fighting each other. Yeah, I don't know, and I just don't know how interesting it would be in the long run. I think that's my like 2 cents, is that like it sounds really cool, but if implemented poorly, it could be like really boring. And just like something that you like watch some enemies fight occasionally, and or it makes your normal mission like so much easier. Because obviously the enemies are fighting each other.
M4, you had a bridge.
Oye, Tomueli, ¿tú vas a entrar, tío? ¿O vas a entrar tan hueco? Tenemos un random entre nosotros.
So, I don't know. I think it would be cool to do for like one-off missions or something like that. You know, just because I do think it's a cool thing to add. Like, I just don't think like an average mission should have it, because I think a lot of times it would just kind of be boring. There's some YouTube videos of them fighting using mods. Kind of struggle. That's very generous to say mods and not cheats. Because that's more of a cheat than a mod. Ugh. So anyways, yeah, like, I think at some point they'll probably add it, just because I think it's something that they like, just similar to that, like how caves, you know, resulted in like, you know, it was first just something that they talked about a lot, like the community, and then they added it. I was also quite, you know, skeptic of caves. We used to have a lot of conversations about if caves were a good idea to add to the game. I was skeptic on how they could be added and stay interesting, you know, because obviously, you know, it limits what stratagems you can use, and Helldivers is very much a game of stratagems. That's what truly makes it, you know, unique. So when you start limiting Helldivers a lot, how interesting is it going to be into the future? And I'm still curious to see how interesting caves are going to be into the future. We don't quite know yet. We're still in the kind of the honeymoon phase to some extent on caves. Samples are mined ores. I mean, they're not. But they could be. A lot of samples in this game are organic in nature. But I'm sure we'll see more cave-like structures for automatons and Illuminates, similar to how we got, you know, mega cities. Do you play Doom sometimes? If yes, which on? Wait, what? Like, which game? I haven't played Doom in a long time, but the last one I did play was Doom Eternal.
No, no mames. Métase, métase. Grita, bro. Oh shit. At
least, you know, if you got sound effects. I don't want this game to be Deep Rock Galactic though. I want it to be its own thing. But a crossover with some kind of way would be interesting. But I don't want this to be Fortnite, so adding a Rock and Liberty would be a little too Fortnite for me. What would it be for Illuminate? Probably just a very large ship, would be my guess. Like, imagine, you know that giant ship that you shoot out of the sky? Imagine we had to go inside and recover something. You know? A crashed one. That'd be my guess. Or maybe Illuminate makes some massive superstructure, you know, that we've been bombarding, and there's like holes in the ceiling and stuff like that, you know? I think there's a couple different routes they can go.
Vale, listo. Ya está el calcinador a nivel 25. Uf, qué bonito el nivel, chaval.
Like, destroy the reactor and evac. That'd be kind of like the lung mission on Bugs, right? And I think that would be cool. For sure.
Bueno, chicos, yo voy a plegar ahora.
Vale. Vale,
Luego
otro.
más ratito.
Más tarde. Dale, tío.
Venga.
Ay, tío, está bien.
That man is so tired.
Uy, todavía.
Vale.
Bueno, creo que hemos terminado operación termina. Queda una, queda una. Buscar y destruir.
Ba-da-ba.
500 kilos de democracia al fallo.
Yeah, I wonder if they're staying up late or waking up early. He's a tired man.
Uy, espera.
Oh, let's look at the armor. Forgot. You're right. I guess it has way more black than it does white. I've always thought of it as having more white, similar to this one. Cosmic, you're absolutely right. I thought it had more white accents. I have like this memory in my head of it looking more like this. This is another one he's thinking of. He's probably not thinking of that one. And I'm assuming he's not thinking of that one.
Ahí, encendiéndose un porrito.
Tal cual.
Así se comienza un buen combate. con un buen porro. Listo para la acción.
Música épica.
Oh. Oh.
Buscar y destruir.
How much does the diver impact the global map? Like per individual diver? A decent amount. But it all depends on how many divers are diving. Right? So the less divers, the less impact, or the more impact. The more divers, the less impact. So it's always relative to how many people are logged in at that time. So if you play at night, technically you have more individual impact. you think we'll see Killzone back before the next crossover? I think so, yeah. From what it sounded like, I don't think it's like a massive uphill battle for them to add it into a war bond. It's probably not going to come out like in the next month, but before the next crossover, which is probably in like a year to 6 months. Yeah, it's probably probably a while away. Maybe there could be progress on the planets themselves. There is planetary progress. That's what capturing cities is about. Like small campaigns. That's what capturing cities is about. Any chance to add a new faction in the game? I don't think they'll add a new faction for some time. Nor do we really need one. Kind of have all the archetypes that you would expect. And then what they're doing is they're filling in the gaps with like smaller sub-factions. So like incendiary troops, jet troopers, predator stalkers. You know, I'm sure we'll get some for Illuminate as well. So, I don't think there's really a need for a fourth right now. Maybe if they run out of
voy a tener que responderte yo, pero estoy muy lejos de esta base.
like, if they just continue doing sub-factions, I don't think it's really necessary. You know, for a horde shooter, we kind of have all the cliche factions. All you kind of add at that point is kind of like derivatives of something we already have. Like, there's the people who are like, oh, we need an animal faction, but it's like, that's more or less just a derivative of the Tyranids currently are. Terminids, sorry. We need a synth faction. Well, I mean, that's more or less just a derivative of, you know, the bot faction. So, if they ever were to add another one, I think like a rebel faction would be the next closest. You know, like Rebel Helldivers or something like that. But even then, I don't know how much fun it would be to fight because it's not really a horde faction. So it'd be a very different type of game. So, I think they're fine with what they have currently. I don't really think there's a need for it. But, you know, come ask in like 2 years or a year and a half. You know, maybe that changes, right? I think that's fair. Does the railgun do a linear damage charge up? Or is it step? It's linear. So for every percent of charge, you gain more damage. Well, I believe it's non-linear before 50% and then it becomes linear. Because before 50%, obviously you're just doing a normal charge. So it's like 0 to, you know, its set value. So sweet spot is about... what? I mean, just use it to about like 80%. That way you're not risking anything. If you're talking about making a macro, I don't recommend that. It ruins the game, but if that's your prerogative, go for it. But I have no idea what the timer would be, because I've never thought about doing that. Wiki says it explodes at 3 seconds to do max damage, so it's close to 3 seconds. Sure, yeah. But I wouldn't recommend worrying about that last, like, 10th of a second. Because the risk is so high that it just blows up and blows you up with it, right? So then at that point, like, why do it, right? It's just not worth it. Does it one-shot charger legs? 2 shots breaks the leg. You can one-shot their butt though if you get the right angle, similar to the spear gun. How do I count it to do? I count 21 to fire. What? I don't understand that. I mean, you just look at the visual indicator when you go first person, or you look in the third person. There's a visual indicator. Break their leg armor. Ah, I killed him.
El mapa lleno de diamantes.
How does durable damage work? Wiki says it can only do 500 durable damage. Is it even worth picking up? Like the railgun, is it worth picking up? So durable damage is basically like a special type of damage that your weapon deals. And it essentially is used for kind of like breaking body parts. Because enemies are made up of a bunch of different body parts. So like breaking the head on a warrior, for instance, requires a bunch of durable damage. And then that part will take a percentage of the durable damage that you deal. In short, the railgun does a good amount of durable damage. So for instance, the head of a Ball Titan can get 2 shot by the railgun at about 80%, or sorry, yeah, 3 shot at around like 70 to 80% charge. It can get 2 shot if you get really good at doing like the 90+%. What's Arrowhead's intended way of dealing with the Ball Titan, especially in the caves? I think they intend for you to kill whatever comes out of it, and it kills it, or use an ultimatum, or use a spear. You know, things of that nature. No, the ball-tongue mouth is like some urban myth. Just shoot the head. The head, not the neck, but the head. The guy following me. Watch out, there's a barrage on that bug breach right there. Careful, C3.
Yep. Stand to block destruction.
Good support weapon that doesn't require a backpack, so spear and recoil is out. What do you want the support weapon to do?
Tengo la extracción y pues, ahorita tengo una estrategia en mi mano y prefiero no soltarla hasta que empiece el conteo.
Question. Can you be a pacifist game, or is it at least something like Peacemaker? Well, I mean, I think you said the other day, Pula, that we should do like a melee-only loadout. I mean, it would basically lead to me just being a pacifist the entire time. But if you're thinking about a YouTube video for that idea, it's already been done. So. Quasar can only take out one heavy, then it goes a long time on cooldown. So what do you want from your support weapon? Because all support weapons have positives and negatives. So what you just did right there, Pinky, you will always find a negative somewhere, right? So what do you want a support weapon to do? And then I'll try and match it. Because we're going to just shoot things at you and you're just going to, well, but this is bad, but this is good. You know what I mean? Like, you're just always going to have some kind of counterpoint, no matter what we say. So why don't you tell us what you want from a support weapon, and then we can point you in the right direction. Because like every support weapon has a downside. That's kind of what makes the decision making interesting. Because there's no necessarily best in slot. Day one railgun, that's a PS5 host bug. All support weapons were doing that. Just railgun was the most popular for that bug. Fun fact. Maybe I was hoping there were. Well, I mean, that's kind of boring if there was just like this ultimate OP weapon that just did everything. That'd be boring as hell.
Oh shit. Que vuelo mi cobertura. Fuera, no tengo munición.
Thought he was mad at me.
Okay. Es complicado salir de aquí,
Vale, vamos un segundito, estamos extrayendo aquí, no tengo que ajustar a más de no me gusta tener que estar a la gente.
Come on, M4. Let's run.
I guess railgun is the closest to. I just have to learn not to explode. It's a good weapon. Very good. You can use it in third person or first person. I use it in third person. The side of the weapon will show you what charge it has.
Solo falta
So you can kind of look at that.
ya está
You'll also just learn the muscle memory.
dentro también.
First person is a very good way to learn it. Learn the muscle memory.
Pasaros al audio del juego. Estamos en directo.
The AMR is always a good choice, yeah. Just requires more bullets.
Oli, Oli, ¿cómo están? Arigato más.
¿Qué pasa, tío? ¿Qué dices?
Bien, hermano, aquí. Saliendo de la chamba, pero esto a impartir justicia.
Bien, 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 bien. Esa es la actitud.
Time the weapon shots with the music like a movie trailer. It'd be so cool. I guess you could.
Nada, nada, no
Igual
pasa nada.
justo a tiempo.
Justo a tiempo para llevarte los créditos.
Yeah, if you want to use a different support weapon, but you still want some anti-tank, EAT works well.
Te llevan todo el crédito.
Te hicimos la compra.
Vengo a administrar a ver si se hizo bien en la chamba y parece que sí.
GG zombies.
Vale,
Wish we could slow reload the exosuits. I mean, honestly, I think exosuits are more powerful in their current state than they would be if they required reloads. Because you just get an all-new exosuit at max HP rather than having to baby one exosuit the entire match, reloading it. Because if they did make them reloadable, they'd probably like stop you from having so many. So I honestly think that mechs are more powerful now than if they changed them. Being able to reload, I don't think would add very much. And being able to have the time to reload would be very few and far between. Helldiver is a bit too fast-paced for that. So, personally, I like the way it is. If you had to pick one game this month, would it be Battlefield 6, Ghost of Tsushima, or Arc Raiders? It's a tough one between Battlefield 6 and Arc Raiders. Yote, I could just play it later. Probably Arc Raiders. I feel like it would do better on the channel. Really, I would think BF6 is a first person and not an extraction shooter, very casual friendly, would do better. So there's a lot of PvE side of Arc Raiders, and I think people are very curious about it. People already have preconceived notations of Battlefield 6, and Battlefield 6 being first person and being a Battlefield title. It's actually more niche in a way. And there's so many more content creators for Battlefield 6 than there would be for Arc Raiders. There's no doubt Arc Raiders will be extremely popular, but I do think that the channel will do better under Arc Raiders than it would be for Battlefield 6. Sniper drag fixed. So from what I understand, it was never like properly bugged, but they might change it in the future. But there is like a weird bug where if you pick up someone else's AMR, or if you pick up a ground AMR, the handling is like magically better, which is really weird. So many streamers for Battlefield 6, yeah. So I just feel as if Arc Raiders will probably do better on the channel. So if I had to pick one, I'd probably pick Arc Raiders. But we'll see. Obviously, it depends on what you guys like to watch, and if I can find an audience for either game, I'll probably play that game probably more. You know, before someone freaks the fuck out, that does not mean I'm going to like ditch Helldivers. You know, it's just I need more than one game to play. I'm gonna go insane if all I do is play Helldivers all day. Looking forward to Arc Raiders. Yeah, I never enjoy PvP extraction, hence why I'm not sure about Arc Raiders, but I've never played it. Well, there's going to be a free demo of sorts on the 17th, so we could have a try it. What's Arc Raiders about? Are you asking about story, or are you asking about gameplay? I will tell you now, the story doesn't really matter, but there is technically a backstory of why the world is the way it is. What the hell's going on over there? I'm getting some weird desync. This mission. Is my game frozen? Damn, my game's properly frozen. The fuck happened? Is it gonna fix itself? I think it's crashing. This was my first crash in like 4 weeks. It's crashing. F. Let's see if I can get back in. The story gives me Horizon vibes. It's not Horizon, it's more like Terminator. If I'm not mistaken. Time to leave shader cache? Nah, that's not shader cache. That's just... I don't know what the hell that was. I don't know what the hell that was, honestly. It was weird. You choose what war bond to unlock next. Truth Enforcers or Force of Law. I'd say Force of Law, personally. Or has that changed now that the escalator is not as good? Actually, nah. Change my answer. Truth Enforcers. because of the change to de-escalator and the fact that the pacifier also received some changes because of the status effect changes, I would probably put more money on I put more money on Truth Enforcers. I know you're not tech support, but my game keeps crashing. Does it happen to others too? It can. Be because are you playing bot missions? If you're playing bot missions, that could explain a lot. So if you play bot missions, there's currently a bug happening where if you play enough on the bot missions, even just a couple missions, you'll most likely encounter an audio bug where your audio will start to cut out, right? And once it starts to cut out, it'll just get progressively worse and worse and worse. And occasionally your game will just lock up and freeze for a second, then come back to normal gameplay. And you're going to start losing sound occasionally. And it'll just keep getting worse until you restart your game. If you don't restart your game, it'll eventually just crash. So if you're going to play bot missions, I recommend like occasionally just restarting your game. If you're playing like regular missions and crashing, first thing I'd recommend is like verify files, delete shader cache, reinstall graphics drivers or upstate graphics drivers, things of that nature. On PS5, close the game and restart it. Yeah, you telling me that is the most important thing. I didn't know you were on PS5. That's like the first thing I gotta know. Like fully close, and then you can actually Google on how to delete your cache on PlayStation. I don't know how to do it, but I know you can delete the cache on PlayStation. But also, I would absolutely avoid playing bots. What's the big deal with Legendary Warbond over Premium? It's just a it's like more of like a cosmetic focused warbond that is a like a promotional tie-in with another genre or another thing. So in this case, it's ODST and soon to be Killzone. For a newbie, what's the best thing to do first? In Helldivers, I've got 2 YouTube videos I highly recommend over on YouTube for like your first dives, and then there's also a loadout suggestion video. Sweet, thanks, Nori. Try now, thank you. Can't wait for an anime theme warbond. You can stop that. I hope that never happens. Literally never. Like, I hope that they avoid that with a damn 10-foot pole. God, that would be the most Fortnite thing they could do. They might as well fucking add Nicki Minaj at that point to the game. But a samurai warbot, I think the same kind of results would happen. Unless it was very much like tech-infused samurai. It can't be too, like, feudal Japan looking. But I could see them do, like, a warbot that is, like, you know, more inspired, like, samurais in space. Like, you know, way distant, like, future kind of thing. I think that would look cool. But that's different, you know? I can see a warbond where they do something like that. You know, similar to like what we had with Borderline Justice, right? Obviously, it's going for the bounty hunter, you know, Wild West vibe, right? And they could do something similar for them, right? How else we get a katana? Probably that is the way to get it. People would fucking go crazy for a katana. People would go absolutely insane for a katana. Are there any melee weapons? Mm-hmm. Fortunately, they're all in the secondary slot right now, so it's quite competitive, but... Shock Lance, Saber, Stun Baton, Hatchet, Machete. And then technically one support weapon with the one true flag. Oh yes, and bayonets, yes. There are bayonets on some weapons. Not many, but there's a few. Don't forget the shovel. Sure, yeah. You can find that mid-mission. Learning to enjoy melee, mostly on squid, sort of works and even requires melee damage armor. Hmm? Melee has a bit of a place on certain factions for taking out, like, small enemies, like Voteless or, like, you know, Pouncers or things of that nature, right? They fix melee by giving me a stim lance. A stim lance, huh? All they gotta do with melee, in my opinion, is just like add a a melee button, like a separate melee slot, and it's like perfectly fine in my opinion. That's all I gotta do. Like, that way you could have your favorite melee weapon that you want, and then you could have a pistol, get a primary weapon, and your grenade. Maybe you could choose to not have a melee weapon and run slightly faster. I don't know if they want to go to that length, but, you know, that is a possibility that they could maybe do. Kit Kat with the absolute Maple W soapbox. I think Arrowhead effed up bad all the time and money developing the Hive world, and now it's a popular squid. No one's even playing the new Hive world, even with hundreds of thousands of new Xbox divers. Jesus. Okay, let's unpack that. So, where do I start with this? Just like with megacities, people will get bored of it. We played a lot of megacities, and if I go play megacities now, I'm kind of bored of them, right? It always happens when we get something new in the game. Once you play it for a while, you're gonna get bored of it, right? That happened with Illuminate, and people like to say that Illuminate are like really poorly designed and that they're just unfun and stuff like that. That's not the real reason why a lot of people don't play Illuminate. Just look at the latest MO. Lots of people played Illuminate. The difference is that it's a lot of new players, and those new players aren't burnt out yet on Illuminate. Illuminate just lack variety. They're too samey, right? The thing is that Helldivers is a constant battle of, you know, playing new things and trying new things and, you know, experiencing new things. But if all you do is play Hive Worlds, you know, for, you know, 3 to 4 weeks straight, you're gonna get bored. Another thing with the Hive Worlds is that they're just really difficult. And I think a lot of people are newer to the game and they just don't want to deal with that difficulty. So you could definitely say that, like, Hive Worlds might be too hard, and I think if it was, if they were just caves on regular planets, people would, you know, be playing that more. Just dealing with dragons, Hive Lords, and Predator Strain all at the same time is really challenging. But, honestly, some people crave that kind of difficulty. It's more niche at the moment, but it is what it is. I would suspect that we're going to be getting an MO fairly soon here to go back to Hive Worlds and Gloom Planets. So, you know, I wouldn't be so quick to judge. I don't believe they're rage baiting. I think they just, you know, got caught up in the whole, like, this is why everybody hates Illuminant. And, you know, I think it's a very similar situation. Where it's just, you know, it's a bad idea to just play one faction all the time. People got burnt out and they want to play other factions. Right? This happens with everything they add. There's like a huge spike in people doing that thing and then it falls off and then it like peers along. But then there's like other factors, right? Like Hive Worlds are by far the hardest. So like once you've experienced Hive Worlds, you might not want to grind on Hive Worlds if you're trying to unlock the next war bond or progress your character. You know, just because it's super hard. Once we get a Hive World that's like not as crazy, I think a lot more people will be more invested in continuously playing it. But like even me, I play this game all the fucking time, and I yesterday was like, I've had enough on Hive Worlds. I played for like 4 hours and I was like, this is really tough and it's hard to do over a long period of time, right? Especially with random matchmaking. So, T-Cat, do you want to have a conversation, or were you just here to soapbox? This is the reason why melee is bad, but the armors don't give much benefit besides damage, melee damage? What? I don't know. Melee's bad because you have to get close range with a bunch of enemies that deal lots of melee damage a lot of the time, and you're hit trading. That's why melee sucks. Why would you get so close to deal not so much damage and have so much potential of getting hit? If melee did exponentially more damage, it'd be worth the risk versus reward. Just the risk versus reward right now, Cosmic, is so low that why not just bring a pistol? You know? So it's only worth it versus like voteless or like small bugs, you know, because the risk versus reward is actually worth. So it is a damage problem, but they'll never be able to give melee enough damage without making it seem like silly, you know? Like, how the fuck is a human Helldiver able to do that much fucking damage with a melee weapon? Right? That doesn't make any sense, right? They've already given melee a lot of stagger against smaller enemies, which is like really good. So as long as you get the first hit, it's awesome. And they've given us a bunch of stratagems that allow us to tank damage, right? So I think they've done as much as they can without like breaking their own rules for the game. So at this point, they just got to give it a melee slot. What I mean is it could benefit from like a higher bonus or like more useful second perk, like stim duration or extra padding. Yeah, like making purpose-built melee armor, I don't think really matters at this point. At this point, it's just melee is never going to be that good because of the confines of the game trying to be more grounded. It is what it is. Like, yeah, you could make like purpose-built melee armor that has every good perk, but it would still be lame as hell. It's like, you could do what you're saying, but it would still not be a great option compared to just shooting something in the head. You know? It kind of just, it is what it is. And that's why just give it a melee slot, and then we can move on. And then occasionally, I'm sure maybe we'll get like a support weapon that's melee, and then that'll be the power fantasy melee. You know what I mean? That people are looking for. Do level 150 get to choose their own rank name? Yeah, I mean, everybody gets to choose it. It doesn't have to be 150. So you go to title. So if you go to armory, then you go to character, then title, you'll have a bunch unlocked just from like progressing in war bonds, and then you'll get a bunch from just leveling up to 150. I think we are both right. I think that Arrowhead could have gotten so much more out of High World update if they prioritized their dev efforts better. I think they got a lot out of Hive Worlds. Kit Kat. I really do think they got a lot out of Hive Worlds. I think it's unfair to look at Hive Worlds now and be like, it failed because, you know, people aren't playing it right now at this moment. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. Like, there are logical reasons for why that is the case. Hi, Annie. Said you're president. I'll check it out after this. There are very logical reasons for why people don't really want to fight on this planet at the moment. Right? People were very interested in playing against bots and bugs after spending so much time fighting bugs. Or bots and squids. We're just off of a squid MO, and I think, you know, some people actually, you know, kind of enjoyed themselves to some extent. And then for some people, they're just trying to progress their characters, right? Unlock MO, unlock war bonds, and, you know, progress their characters in general. And going to Oshoune is like not a good idea, right? Because it's really hard. But that's okay. So for the people that want that challenge and difficulty, there it is. I'm sure in the future, we might get Hive Worlds that are not as crazy. Maybe they only have one of the two Apexes. Maybe they don't have Predator Stalkers on them, right? But to say that it was their development efforts that failed them, no. I think there's just other factors at play. You can disagree with like, oh, maybe Hive Worlds shouldn't be so challenging. But then I would also say, just turn down the difficulty. You know? If you want to play on Hive Worlds and you don't want to deal with the difficulty, you could just turn down the difficulty, right? You have a sliding scale. At that point, you're just fighting your ego, not the difficulty. I would hope that Gloom stays forever on some planets. I would assume so, since we have a Gloom strain, and they probably don't want to get rid of it. The realism argument flies out the window with the Hellpod alone. It's physically impossible to play a human. Wait. So, Helldivers is grounded in some amount of reality. Jaeger, making statements like that is just like redundant because like, why didn't you just bring up why the fuck they're like giant ass bugs or faster than, you know, light travel or, you know, squids coming out of a goddamn black hole? The element is that the gameplay that we play, like from like shooting a weapon to an AT to stabbing something, is like grounded in some amount of believability, right? Of course you can poke fun at like certain things that just can't be true, but it's a vehicle for the gameplay to happen, right? The reason why Helldivers feels so unique is because they take that approach for gunplay, AT, and so on and so forth. It's not super fantasy focused, you know? Yes, if only they designed the Hive world in a much more approachable way. But that's the thing, is that if the Hive world was too easy, it wouldn't be much of a Hive world, right, KitKat? And also, from the perspective of the devs, for months they were hearing the game is too easy, we want more of a challenge. So the irony that, you know, someone would come in my chat and then say, Hive world's too hard, that's why no one plays. But it's like, you could just turn down the difficulty. There's a difficulty slider. If you find it too difficult and you still want to play on Hive Worlds, you just turn down the difficulty. You know? Of course, but if it's taken so far as to stop the toes of gameplay and fun, we've already had a heroic dip in player numbers. Are we talking about Hive Worlds right now or something else? I don't understand where this is coming from. No, the realism thing. Yeah, so Helldivers is very unique in the sense that it's trying to be that middle ground of like sci-fi fantasy and like, you know, a milsim. That's why it feels so unique. That's why it doesn't just feel like Destiny, or it doesn't just feel like Deep Rock Galactic, or just doesn't feel like, you know, your typical horde shooter like Left 4 Dead or something like that. They put great care into making it somewhat believable in combat, right? So, like, I don't know. I think if you start leaning too far towards fun, like, you're just going to get to this power fantasy angle where we're like super soldiers, and it's like, we're Helldivers, we're just human, and we just have powerful weapons, right? So if you're asking like for us to like start one-shotting like large, you know, larger than bear bugs and stuff like that, I don't know, man. I feel like we're moving away from that vision that, you know, kind of started Helldivers being so interesting. Sorry, about Hive Worlds, I would fully agree. Oh, yeah. I just didn't understand if you were talking about Hive Worlds or if you were talking about something else. So, yeah, I feel like for realism to some extent is not like, it's not so black and white. Unfortunately, whenever I bring up the word realism, I feel like I shouldn't say it because there's always, no offense to you, Jaeger, there's always someone in chat that's like, but actually, and then they just get the nerd glasses out and they push up their glasses and you're like, well, this shouldn't make sense and that doesn't make sense. But it's like, it's not so black and white. Right? Obviously the devs are like focusing more on like gameplay, like actual gameplay that you interact with making sense. There's like a groundedness to it. And it's believable to some extent. Obviously you're fighting giant bugs, so it's not the most believable thing, but so I feel like I need to stop saying the word realism. I think the devs use the word grounded more often than realism. So it's like a trigger word for some people. So I got to stop saying realism when we're having this discussion. I should say grounded gameplay. I've been having such discussions left and right. It's a slog. People on both ends of the spectrum, and Helldivers does land very well in the middle. Yeah, and I think Helldivers is so unique because it kind of finds that line where it's like not super fantasy, power fantasy focused like Destiny or like Deep Rock Galactic, but then it's also not Tarkov. And I don't want it to be either one. And I worry that we're slipping ever closer to this fantasy where like we're like these super soldiers and we can like take on like 10,000 bugs at like once. People are falling for the propaganda film at the start of the game. You know, that we're like, you know, fucking General Brash, whatever the fuck his name is, standing next to me. It's propaganda! It's like... The idea that like, you know, 6.1 billion Helldivers have died in this galactic campaign, you know, to take a planet. We're not super soldiers. That's not the point of Helldivers. You have 20 revives for a reason. So, yeah. Anyways, I feel like the Hive World thing is more just they overtune the difficulty. Like I can agree that they maybe overtune the difficulty. I think that is a fair statement to make on the Hive Worlds. That is a large reason. Like people have been begging for difficulty, and then they gave difficulty to Helldivers. And obviously people got really upset about Rupture Strain being unfair difficulty. Fair enough. And they swapped it out, and they're going to work on it, which is good. But now you have Stalkers. And it's still really fucking hard. Arguably even harder than before. I would argue that Hive Worlds are now harder than with Rupture Strain. I don't know if that's a hot take, but I think they're harder now. Because Predator Strain is very difficult. Even with like a really good gas loadout. It's difficult. Hive Lords are difficult. Dragons are really difficult and need some tuning. Right? I'm not going to get into that conversation in Meow. We've had it for like 2 hours. I prefer difficulty created through content, like the Hive Worlds, instead of like weapon nerfs. You talk like they nerf weapons constantly. I can count the amount of weapons that have been like nerfed or bug fixed on one hand in the last year. I understand there's like PTSD in the community about that kind of stuff, but you guys talk about it like it's like this like thing that's always happening. Like if you brought up a Venn diagram of like buffs versus nerfs in the last year, people making that comment of like instead of nerfs, make my eyes roll. Because it's like, dude, do you realize how much more powerful we are? And it's okay if we get the occasional bug fix or like one nerf. It's insane. We're so powerful compared to where we started. If like one weapon gets changed occasionally in a downward trajectory, I think it's okay. It's because some folks suggest nerfs are not buffing stuff as a way to keep the game hard. And it's not even Arrowhead's fault. Well, I mean, they have a point. Because if we outscale the enemies, it creates significantly more work for Arrowhead. Because Arrowhead constantly needs to buff our weapons because people demand it. They're not allowed to nerf when they may be overbuffed by accident. And then they constantly have to add new enemies that are strong enough to take on our new weapons. And then when you buff our stratagems, you have to then buff our primary weapons because they don't feel very strong. And then our primary weapons get so strong that they start to feel like support weapons, then you have to buff your support weapons, which then results in you having to buff fucking enemies. But then people complain about the enemies getting too buffed, and then you have to nerf the enemies, and then the game. People talk like this shit is super easy, but the thing is that once you change one thing, there's like a butterfly effect, and it's like so much more complex than people talk about, right? Like, if all you do is like buff up enemies, like, or buff up our support weapons and primary weapons, then that creates like a power scale that like we outscale things around us. And that creates way more work for the developers to then, okay, now we have to rebalance because we just buffed all of their weapons. You know? So it's a constant back and forth. Like, the term is power creep, right? And Helldivers has had a stupid amount of power creep, while they're also nerfing a lot of our enemies. Some of them rightfully so, because they're like really annoying and, you know, unfun to play against. And sometimes it's like, does that really need to happen? Right? But like, the problem is that the community can't accept nerfing at this point, which is like sad, because I think that ties one hand behind Arrowhead's back in terms of like balancing the experience to help everybody get what they want, and it puts a lot more work on them, because the vast majority of games on the planet buff and nerf occasionally, right? But there's like this environment in the last like 5 years where like people just want power fantasies, and they stopped caring about difficulty. They say they want difficulty, but then they also want to be buffed so much that the content gets easy. And it's like, you can't have both. It doesn't work out super well. I feel like Arrowhead needs to not listen to players, 100% listen to players, but then you get like the downvoting, and you get people ranting about the game, and then you get people burnout, and then jadedness, and then people talking shit about the game. They're in an impossible position, because if they listen to the community 100%, they run into problems, and if they don't listen to the community that's like loudest and shouting, they run into problems. Arrowhead keeps shadow nerfing anyways. So they keep bug fixing. So depending on how you look at it, one will say, if you're pessimistic, it's shadow nerfing, and one, if you're more just level-headed, you'll say, well, they're bug fixing. So I'm assuming you're bringing up de-escalator or melee weapons going through the leg armor of a charger. Yeah, melee weapons probably shouldn't go through leg armor, because it was a bug. It was literally passing through the armor, not interfering with it, and just hitting the underlining like effect. You couldn't go through the armor on anything else. So they fixed that. But is that a nerf? Yeah. But did they do it very fast? No, they let you have fun with it for 6 months. But as they stated when they fixed it, it has ramifications elsewhere in the game. So they had to fix it. And if you're talking about de-escalator, it was doing 4x damage in multiplayer and 1x in solo. So yeah, they needed to fix the status effect bug that was causing that, and it had ramifications elsewhere. I'm sure the de-escalator will receive changes in the future. Especially with player feedback wanting the de-escalator better. So let's not freak out and jump to conclusions that they are shadow nerfing. Let's look for context before we make statements. Status effect bug fix screwed up a lot of stuff. It did, and they need to fix all that stuff. Weapon balance right now is actually pretty okay. It's more than okay. It's actually like really good overall. Stratagem and weapon balance wise, like a lot of guns actually fit into a pretty good like spot. There's like a few weapons that have like also obviously like thrown it into like disarray, but you know, they've already said that they're going to be buffing ARs in accordance to the Coyote, right? But as a whole, a lot of our weapons are actually extremely good right now. Are they crossbow eruptor good? No, because they're more a support weapon than actual weapon. But they all kind of fit into this like good spot. A lot of them do, at least. Some require more accuracy than others, and that's a whole other discussion. Some people don't want to accept that some weapons are more precision based, and if you're not precise, they're not going to feel as good. Is light pen in a good spot? I think overall, yeah, sort of. But I do understand and agree with, you know, changes wanting to be made to light pen to make it more forgiving. A shadow nerf that comes to mind that was on the patch notes, impact nades used to one-shot devastators, but after the patch you need 2. Which patch? Are you talking after like the 60-day patch when they like changed the HP values of a bunch of enemies? Because you can definitely still one-shot them with the impact grenade. Because 400 pen 4 is definitely enough to one-shot a Devastator. But I'll be honest, Ares, that's a pretty obscure, like, shadow nerf, quote unquote. Especially when it comes to grenades. Because, like, they didn't change impact grenades, they changed Devastators at one point. But I don't know. Need balance overall. Could use some work. There's a couple that are like falling behind for sure. I think, but like once again, like overall, pretty damn good balance, right? There's like quite a few good options, especially with how fire has changed. Incendiary weapons got a lot better. You know, they've made a lot of tuning to high explosive. This nade used to be like a throwaway and you just always went for impact. But now it makes a lot of sense to go for a high explosive. Right? Right? Like high explosive doing 800 damage, pen 4, really good now, especially if you can deal with the fuse. But if you want instantaneous, you got there. You know, arc makes a lot of sense. Stun grenades still need a little bit of love. I want 6, but great. You know, Urchin now has a proper place. It's not like super useful, but it at least has a place to exist. So, like, outliers are, like, Pineapple obviously needs some tuning. Frag Grenade versus Illuminate needs some tuning. I can agree that, like, Impact Grenades are, like, a little bit undertuned because they buffed so many nades around it that Impact Grenades are starting to feel... Impact Grenades are like the Breaker Shotgun before they added attachments, where this thing used to be S tier when the game first came out, but we've been buffed so much that the impact grenade doesn't feel the way it used to feel because we have better grenades now because they buffed so many other grenades. The breaker shotgun went through the exact same thing. They buffed all the weapons around it, and then the breaker shotgun kind of felt kind of mediocre. Attachments helped. So I can agree that like the impact grenade feels not as good as like high explosive. I would rather bring high explosive than I would impact. You know? But like, it's not to say like impacts are bad. They're just like B tier. Like, does that mean the balance is off? No. That's the thing about the Helldivers community is that I swear half the things that they think are bad are just in B tier. It's like they hear B tier and it's like, oh, that means bad, right? But it's like, that's just mid tier. Like, that's just the middle of the road on the scale of balance. Not everything can be S tier and A tier. Then there would be like no S tier and A tier. So you have to have like, it's just like some things are just going to be kind of mid, you know? That's just like the things that need some tuning and love are like C and D tier, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like those are the things that need like tuning. Like a little bit of love for B tier stuff is always nice, always appreciated, but it's like I'm not like crying a river over it. But, you know, do impacts need a little bit of love? Yeah, I can agree with that. You know, along with like C and D tier. But they're like, yeah. But the point is that Arrowhead nerfs things indirectly without patch notes. So give me another example. You've given me one example so far of a shadow nerf. Everything else that I mentioned, so melee weapons, flamethrower, railgun, de-escalator, all of that stuff was like in the patch notes. It was just bug fixes that affected that weapon, right? So de-escalator wasn't nerfed per se. They just fixed a bug that was affecting a lot of things in the game. And then I'm sure they'll go back and buff the de-escalator later. That's not a shadow nerf. That's a bug fix. The melee weapons versus charger legs. They just fixed charger legs. Well, they fixed melee weapons phasing through armor because it's like, it's a melee weapon, not thermite. It's not like you're poking them with a thermite spear to go through heavy armor. That just kind of makes sense that they would fix that eventually. But you got to enjoy it for a while, which is sick. That's kind of the way it should be. They shouldn't nerf things immediately. They should let people have fun with it and then eventually maybe like adjust it. Because the worst thing you can do is like overbuff something, leave it for a couple days, and then nerf it. Thermite spear sounds cool. That could be a support weapon. You know, but if you can find me another example of a shadow nerf, please. I feel like there's so much of that going on in the Helldivers community. People talk about nerfs all the time, like they nerf constantly, but it's like, it's like one thing every like 3 months, and it's usually a bug fix. Like, it's something unrelated, and then all you got to do is just talk to them after the bug fix and be like, hey, you fixed this bug, can we get it buffed? Like, that's just, I feel like that's so reasonable. Why do we have to be unreasonable and just assume that they're being malicious? Like, it's just the intent behind it. Like, we're just assuming that they're evil devs and they want to nerf everything, so they don't tell us about it. But there's context. I wish the Constitution could reach B tier. It is B tier. The Constitution is literally B tier. It just requires accuracy to get to B tier, right? Some weapons require more accuracy than others. It's medium pen, which is already useful. It's got a bayonet, pretty useful. Decent damage. It can absolutely be B tier if you have good aim. Especially on like bots. Definitely. On Illuminate, you can do some nasty work with it if you're accurate. Lots of ammo, yeah. But the thing is that, you know, it requires a lot of accuracy. If you're just hitting body shots, this thing kind of ass, you know? But it is a marksman rifle, so you would assume a marksman rifle would benefit from good accuracy. So I don't know. I think it is B tier on a lot of factions. I think its weakest faction would be bugs, and that's where it would probably be like C tier. But that's kind of obvious. It's a horde faction, you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, if it could one-shot an overseer in the head, that'd be cool. But they've said it before, the Constitution's supposed to be a challenge weapon, right? If it starts one-shotting things in the head, like all of a sudden it starts stepping on the toes of like existing like weapons, right? That are not supposed to be challenge weapons. So I don't know. It's supposed to be just a hard weapon to use, and I think that it suits that quite well right now. It's hard to use, but it's definitely usable. It rewards you for good accuracy. And if you miss a shot, it punishes you more than most weapons that we would compare it to. You know what I mean? Make a casual filter in the tier list for it. Well, I don't need a casual filter. I just say when I'm doing my tier list, I just say this is a weapon that requires more accuracy to feel good, right? So I say that when I talk about the tenderizer. I say that usually when I talk about any light pen weapon. You know, any light pen weapon on my tier list is usually placed there with a caveat of you hit your shots, right? Because if you're not hitting your shots, this weapon would be 1 or 2 tiers lower. Slugger wasn't the right weapon to click on for an overseer headshot. Why not? You can one-shot them with the headshot. Why not? Not beyond like 25 meters, but it's a shotgun. So what's the problem? I mean, you're kind of expected to use a slugger in 25 meters, no? You can use it farther, but you shouldn't. It loses a lot of damage drop off because it's a slug. I mean, reasonable. It's a shotgun. It's not a marksman rifle. I think it's very reasonable. How do you decide which weapon, primary, and stats to use? I just constantly swap around depending on what I'm feeling like. It's like a toy box. And you can think of your stratagems as more toys, and then they sometimes mesh together and sometimes don't. So maybe if I notice that my loadout has a lot of anti-tank and I'm bringing a lot of, you know, chaff clearing and stuff like that, but maybe I'm missing out on like some medium pen, you know, like that niche in the middle, that's what you go with. Or maybe you decided you wanted to bring like a medium pen support weapon and you have a bunch of anti-tank support stratagems, but then you're missing like chaff clearing, right? So then you bring something that's like, you know, the cookout, you know, a really good, you know, chaff clearing weapon. You know, it's like you're putting together a loadout And I recommend using the thought process of try your best to have something for everything. It works really well. But it's directly competing with marksman rifles, but it's different. It's a shotgun with higher ergonomics. 12-round magazine. It's built for closer range combat. And the Dominator has really slow muzzle velocity. Although it doesn't lose drag over time, it has really slow muzzle velocity. So anything moving in close range even also has a lot more recoil. And it's not rounds reloaded. And it has worse handling. There's positive and negative to each one, Cosmic. It makes a lot of sense. The Slugger's just fine the way it is. They don't want the Slugger to compete with a marksman rifle. They want marksman rifles to be marksman rifles, and they want the Slugger to be a shotgun. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Really, what? Like, they all fit into their own niche, right? The Dominator is not a marksman rifle, and it's not really a shotgun. And then you have marksman rifles that are not a shotgun and not a Dominator. Dominator kind of fits into both, like in the middle of both, but it isn't necessarily either. It has bad handling, and it's got a clip fed with a long reload. Surprised you think the Slugger doesn't need a buff. It feels really good. What? But it's an accuracy dependent weapon, right? So I understand that you're on console, so maybe you feel like it should be better, but like it's an accuracy dependent shotgun. You can just one tap all these like overseers, right? But if you want more range, maybe you go for a Deadeye. But then you have obviously less ergonomics and lower capacity, slower reload. Yes, but it's a shotgun. Okay, I gotta move on. I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. I'm crashing out. I gotta stop streaming for today. All right, chat. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back with Ghost Yote tomorrow. That'll be what I'm streaming tomorrow. I don't think I'm gonna play any Helldivers. I think we're just gonna get right into Ghost Yote. Yeah, it'll be a big day. We'll be starting at normal time, 3 a.m. EST. Should be just a full day of Ghost Yote. Very excited. Very excited. So come on by. Come check out the new game. This is the sequel to Ghost of Tsushima if you played that. Good luck with your audio setup. I think it'll be fine, hopefully. I think more of the problem is I gotta buy the game and I gotta remember my my PlayStation login. I don't remember my PlayStation login. I don't remember it at all. You playing on a pro? Yeah, I am playing on a pro, so I'm excited. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, and don't worry, Cosmo, I'm not like mad at you or anything. I'm just like, I've been talking for too much. I've been yapping, and we've been like going back and forth. I'm just like, it's been enough Helldivers. Anyways, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Much love. Thank you for watching. See you guys for Ghost of Yote. Have a great morning, evening, afternoon, night. Peace.